two young men who are students of this industry and created something else that you have the privilege of being exposed to that very few people have only done one class where they've come and done a lot of training. And that is to share with you three-dimensional storytelling. Now, why is that important to you? Because I remember reading Warren Buffett said, in order to be successful, you must create a sustainable competitive edge. Three-dimensional storytelling will give you a sustainable competitive edge. When you speak for corporations, when you speak for nonprofits, when you speak for churches, these two individuals teach you how to have the versatility and the flexibility to create an experience, to establish special moments, to create openings within the context of your speech and your story so that the people in the audience feel that your story is their story. Is that important? Yeah. Yeah. And so how many of you, when you speak, you want to change lives? Raise your hands, please. Now,
I guess so Les is on
that's
now.
the power of what they bring. And they've been working together, and they've trained hundreds of thousands of people. Now, they have been my mentees, and now I am their mentee. They mentored me, and I studied them, and I learned from them, and I'm proud of them. I want you to give Dan Smith Dwight Pledger a tremendous round of applause. Come on, bring it up, bring up the energy.
All right, now, thank you very much, Mr. Les Brown, for that rousing introduction. And we do appreciate you because it's not every day that people can be introduced by one of the greatest motivational speakers of all time. And we're excited, and you got us fired up and ready to go. And if our producer had played that a little further, you would have got to see me dance. But okay, that's going to be another ticket for another time. All right. Okay. All right. My name is Dwight Pledger, and I'm here with my business partner and co-founder of D&D Training and Coaching Solutions, your source for everything pertaining to story. Okay. So Dan, why don't you say hello to the people?
Hello, everybody.
Before we get started.
You know, Dwight, I love hearing Les introduce us. You know, that energy he brings is just tremendous. And his love and appreciation for what we do is just so gratifying. You know, it just makes me feel really good about what we're doing here with three-dimensional storytelling and taking people further into their story.
Yes, absolutely. You know, Les is going to be today. He's going to be receiving an honorary doctorate degree, and so I have every now and then when I call him, I say, "Hey, Dr. Brown," and he would, laugh or giggle or something. I told him, I said, "Boy, we spoke that one into existence." So anyway, I'm excited for him, and he's honoring and deserving of such a title as Dr. Brown, because truly he is the PhD of motivational speaking. All right. So today we just want to thank you for being a part of this event. And we know people are going to be coming in, and we're going to be having a review of the chat. And so if you have a question or a comment or something, just go ahead and put it in the chat box. And then at a certain time, we're going to be coming back and maybe fielding a few questions or even repeating some of the comments coming along. Okay, the title of our event today is The Power of Three-Dimensional Storytelling. All right, you haven't heard anybody use that term lately. Now, there are a few people have. I mean, we haven't been hit in a corner that long, but we really want to take this idea and this concept to a whole nother level and just cause it to be a discipline within the genre of storytelling. And so we're looking forward to taking it to that level. So how do you feel about today, Dan?
I feel good about today, and I feel good about presenting 3D storytelling, because when you think about your life and where you are today, it was the events of your life that shaped you, came with emotions involved with them. and you're reacting to those emotions. And sometimes those were positive, and sometimes they were negative, and sometimes they were scrambled. So by going 3D gives us a chance to go back, re-examine them, and bring them forward in a way that we can understand and use them to power ourselves. So we're empowering ourselves. And I'm looking forward to going through this today and getting to, listening to our speakers and getting the feedback at the end of this.
Exactly. And Dan mentioned something. He said he used a little code word up in there. But when we talk about this idea of three-dimensional storytelling, the short code for that is 3D. So you may hear some of these dynamic and powerful speakers that are coming along. They may mention 3D somewhere along the line. And if they do, just know that they're talking about three-dimensional storytelling. All right, so what we want to do then is go ahead and do kind of like an overview, because our main purpose today is to basically kind of showcase what D&D training and coaching solutions is all about. Showcase some of the things that are part of our business model in terms of the programs that we offer. And so today you're going to hear and see some evidence of the overview of what we have in terms of our 3D story model, 7-week intensive, that all of the speakers that you see today have gone through that rigorous training under the tutelage of Dan Smith and myself. And also, you're going to even see an example of what we call our master class, because after the 7-week experience, the speakers are then eligible to be a part of the 3D alumni, which is a master class that meets once a month for at least 12 months. Now, we got some fudging up in here, but that's okay. They're going to get an invoice pretty soon in the mail, okay? Anyway, just kidding. Relax, guys. Just think about your speeches today. So that's kind of what we're all about today. We wanted to just let you know who we are, what we have, and how that can help and bring value to your speaking or to your writing skills as you are perfecting and crafting your stories for whatever reason, okay? All right, so we're going to go to the first slide today, and we're going to go to the first slide today and go ahead and get started with just a brief overview of this three-dimensional storytelling. Okay.
We can't see the slides.
Slide number 1, please. All right. Okay. Okay, so what we're planning to do then was to basically give you a brief overview of three-dimensional storytelling. And one of the things that we do in terms of working with the speakers is, as we have that first session with them, and after they, yes, we can see it. And after they fill out their, what we call a life experience resume, we sit them down, because one of the things that we feel is very important is not just the idea of being able to craft and deliver a story, but we really work with the person, the storyteller behind the story, because that's very important. And whether we know it or not, many times when we stand up before audiences and things come out of our mouth, the audience can pick up in a sensory level whether what we're saying is congruent with what we believe or feel on the inside. And that can be picked up. So we talk about this thing from the standpoint of, we go into 3 questions. And those 3 questions we picked up in Les Brown training with him and Mike Williams. And Mike Williams is just a very powerful planner for putting together workshops and conferences. And he came up with these three phrases, and which is, who are you, what do you have, and why should I care? That's what the audience is asking us today. The audience, when we when we're before them, even right now, when the speakers come forth, the audience is wanting to know, who is this? What do they have? And can they connect, or can they impact me in some kind of way with their communication? So knowing that, then we are sensitive to going through and exploring those questions in the training.
Yeah, and you were talking about speaking, and it's actually bigger than that. It's also life. You know, in my life, I found that I had this habit of energetically starting projects but not finishing them. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't figure out what's going on. Why do I stop? I only have 10% left to do. And in doing my life experience resume, I realized that my mom was very critical. Mm. And when I would do something for her, she would come out and point out the flaws in it instead of saying thank you. Right. So I stopped finishing so I could say, I'm not done yet. And what happened was, in exploring that and understanding that, it gave me insight and understanding that she was acting out of something that was unresolved in her life. Mm. And it wasn't about me. I was the trigger, not the target. And once I realized that, I started finishing projects without doing any additional planning. I just released that from my heart, my soul, whatever it got released from, and it allows me to finish. It didn't even come up in words. It came up in emotions. It came up in a feeling. I just lost my energy. I just didn't want to finish.
That's good. That's good. You know, I can piggyback off of that. But one of the things that we try to do with the speakers as we get started with them is to create a safe environment. Let them know that, what you say stays amongst us in terms of things that you may want to talk about. But Dan ran across a plaque that is in my house. And to be honest with you, I read what that plaque says many times. You remember what it said, Dan, the plaque you looked at this morning?
No, I don't.
Well, I do.
Good for
it's
you.
Home is where the story begins. Mm-hmm. Now let that sink in. Home. In other words, your family of origin, your early beginnings is really where your story begins. That's why when we go through the training, we really go back and kind of almost at like story therapist or something. We go back and we talk about, well, tell me about your mother, and tell me about your father, and tell me about your sisters and your brothers. And what we can discern many times as we have discussions around the family of origin and things that took place in the home, we can really discover that there is some valuable content for storytelling. Okay, so a lot of times people start their stories way into their adult life or something, and that's okay and that's good and that's fine. But when we talk about really getting to the third dimension of your story, what's down on the inside, we really need to take the time to really talk about some things that went on in the home and some of the experiences that took place. Because many times they say that people really are established, and some of the things that can affect them for the rest of their life happened before they were age 10. Mm-hmm. All right. I know we're hitting somewhere, so you can put something in the chat box saying that sounds like me, okay? And we don't have to know your story today, but we know that you have a story. So the next place we go is as we begin to do this overview. The next place we go is we begin to talk about after the three questions, we take our clients through what's called the story flow model. And there are three different aspects of that story flow model. And Dan, we came up with this, and you are familiar with this flow of storytelling because when you go to Toastmasters and other places that teach you how to tell a story, you have what's called an opening, a body, and a conclusion. But what we've done is basically kind of a nuanced version of that, and we begin to talk to the speakers about the genesis, journey, and the resolution.
Yeah, and those words, I really like those words as opposed to beginning, middle, and end, because stories don't suddenly happen.
Right.
They evolve. and as they're evolving, they manifest themselves to wherever they are. And the journey is when you explain what it was that was happening,
Mm-hmm.
and then the resolution is, it's not the end.
Right.
Because once you've told your story,
Yes.
your story will be guiding you for the rest of your life. It'll be opening up your eyes, your heart, and to other things that you will see in life. And so it continues to grow. So does your story. So you can tell your story today and a year from now, and people will say, well, that's not the same ending.
Right.
But it's an expansion of the resolution.
That's right. That's right. And I like the way you talk about the fact of our stories, and we share this with the speakers as we're going through with them in terms of their stories. Is that, you know, your story is something, it's dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
It is not a frozen in time kind of thing. Even as we go back and look at events that have taken place, nothing can change those events, but your perception of what happened in those events can change. What am I talking about? Because there are some things that have happened again, we're talking about, you know, your story begins at home, something that might have happened and may have been a traumatic thing that happened to you back then. And you have been really struggling with that for years, okay? That has an impact on how you show up when you're beginning to speak to people, even if you're not telling them your story. It's just kind of a thing that makes up who you are. But when we go back sometimes and take the time to look at various things that have happened in our life and over the time span of while we're at home, we find out that sometimes we can do what we call in a course we take at our church. We can make peace with that particular issue. That means we come to some resolve about it. And so now the negative impact that it has on us has had on us for maybe 10, 20, 30, 40. And we had one person in one of our classes was up to 80 years old. They can get some resolve and some freedom from that. And when the storyteller is free, they then can express their story from a deeper level, and they can then reach their audience in a deeper place. All right. If I was in church, I'd say, can somebody say amen? But we're not in church today. Okay, go ahead, Dan.
No, it's fine. Let's go on to the next
Okay,
slide.
we'll go to the next. Dan wants to get out.
You covered it pretty well.
Okay, all right. Yes, sir. So we're going to go to the next slide. All right, getting there. Okay, now what about this thing called 3D? Okay, we talk about three-dimensional storytelling. What is this 3D concept?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that happened, there's a quote that we learned through many workshop experiences with Les Brown, and he would tell us that things may happen to you and things may happen around you, but the only thing that ultimately matters is what happens in you. And so we heard that year after year, and it really is a situation to where when we heard it, it was like, oh, okay, that's a real nice quote. But at a certain time, Dan and I began to look at that quote in the context of storytelling and in the context of how we teach our clients to work on their story. And what we began to examine is that many people, when they tell their story, they hit those first two places real good. They can articulate what happened to them. They can give you a blow, blah, blow description of what happened around them. But many times they fail to take it to that next place and give us some insight or give their audience some insight into, as a result of what happened to you, what did that do down on the inside?
You're right. And if you're telling a 2D story, people will say, you know, that was a good story. And that's it.
Yeah.
It didn't really impact me. And you see that all the time. You see it in movies. You probably, seen 1,000 movies in your lifetime.
That's right.
How many of them do you truly remember?
Mm-hmm.
You remember the ones that went emotional, that went deep,
Right.
that went 3D and involved you in the movie. Just like when you're talking to your audience and you go 3D, you will be involving them in your story, but it's from their perspective It's from their vantage point and from their history.
That's right. And I want to give props to our mentor, Mr. Les Brown, because one of the things that allowed him to really impact audiences the way, or allows him to impact audiences the way that he does, is that Les began to come into the speaking industry being vulnerable, being transparent in a lot of areas, telling his story from a 3D level, okay, because he would let you know how it made him feel. He often talks about how when the home that he bought for his mother had to be taken away. He said, I felt stupid. I felt ignorant. I felt, why didn't I do a title search? And he goes and really gets expressive about the emotion that is backing up the experience, okay? And I'm not trying to say everything needs to be this big emotion fest. But what we're saying is that there is a value in not only looking at the experience in terms of the the perfunctory things that just happened in that experience, but also to consider what impact did that experience have on me? Right. What scarring, what wounding might have taken place? And it doesn't necessarily always have to be a negative thing. It could be something exhilarating or really positive. But at the end of the day, give your audience some kind of idea of how it made you feel.
And using that emotion, that's where the transference comes, because most of us didn't buy a house for our mom and have it taken away.
Right.
But we have had a moment and when we felt an emotion similar to that because of something we did that either didn't turn out the way it was supposed to, whatever happened, and that now we're connected. We're connected to the feeling. And once we get connected to the feeling, we can search within ourselves to find the source.
That's good. Y'all, you see why I keep Brother Dan around. I mean, he goes down in there and he scoops it out, okay? And he brings it up and serves it up real proper, just like that. And that's really the name of the tune when it comes to this idea. If we're not making an impact, and here's another thing we try to instill in the speakers we work with, is the value of having a mindset, of a transformational mindset. Now, look, watch this. It's not just that your story can change your audience, but understanding and knowing your story, if you never, ever want to get on a stage, right, it can have an impact on you, the person that experienced the story, and it allows you to bring about transformation. Every single one of the speakers that you're going to hear today, we have in our eyes when they first drove up from that first session and first conversation to what you're going to see today, and there is absolutely no question about it. We can say of a surety that this speaker has gone through a positive, long-lasting, transformational process. And what we do, we applaud that, because that's really the goal and the objective, one of the goals and one of the objectives that we have as we work with speakers going forward. All right, so we have another slide we're going to show you here, and it deals with some of the things that can happen down on the inside. All right. Okay, good. Next slide, please. We already talked about things that happen to you, things that happen around you. We're going to ask you to put up the next slide, please. Okay. All right. There you go. You read my mind. All right. Look at this list of things there. It says guilt, loneliness, joy, sadness, anger, pride, motivate. Could you leave the list up, please? Thank you. Motivate, shame, fear, inspired, numb. All of those, listen to this now, are emotions and things that many speakers, as they're telling their story, know they could connect some of these emotional, the words or phrases to their experience about the story, but they neglect for whatever reason to bring that to the attention of the audience. And listen to this, and Dan's going to help me out here in a second here, but listen to this. that all of these emotions that we're talking about right there are experienced by, is the human experience, which means you can go anywhere in the world and find these particular responses to experiences happening in human beings all over this world. So what am I saying? It then becomes, when we begin to share, I felt guilt, I felt this, that, or the other, your audience can relate. We want to be relatable to our audience. Your audience can relate with you, not just on a head level, but they can relate to you on a deeper level, because you're talking about things that they have experienced. Now the details are different, but they've had that feeling, they've had that emotion, and they've been there and done that.
You know, and when this comes up, you may not even remember the story. You're just feeling the feeling. And I want to add two more words to that. One of them is abandoned. Something happens, you feel abandoned. Somebody lets you down. And then the other one is unworthy. And that's a stopper for people who are trying to progress in life. They later on they say, I should have said yes when I said no. I should have taken that offer. I should have done that. And they don't even really understand why. It was just at that moment, this overwhelming emotion hit them without definition. Mm-hmm. And that's what going 3D does. It allows you to put definition to the emotion. What's the origin of that? In what soil are these roots of this emotion planted?
That's right.
And I want to get out of my garden.
Yes.
So it doesn't stop me again.
Yes. And there are things you can own. Okay. You can own that. If it happened to you, if you felt it, if you experienced it, ownership of that is a very important thing, because anything you don't own, you won't get that resolve and that place of freedom. Okay, so we're going to share this with you for no extra charge. I was listening to Dan as he was on Shantae Earl's program or weekly podcast that he does called Share the Stage. And Dan shared something when it comes to this issue of shame. Now listen to me. Shame is one of the most pervasive feelings and emotions that can get someone stuck over a lot of other things that can happen to us in life. Once we begin to allow shame to govern and to dictate how we show up in life, I'm telling you, it will make a tremendous difference. And listen to this, people can pick up on it in various ways as you go forth in telling of your story. So Dan, share something about.
Well, I was talking to him, and I have a chapter in my book, and the title of the chapter is called Shame Off You. And a lot of people look at that and say, that's a misprint. It's always shame on you. There is no shame off of you. And I explain in that I ask the question first, when somebody says shame on you and you accept it, how long are you supposed to carry it? When do you get to deposit it somewhere? Where do you get to leave it behind and say, you know what, I have made amends, whatever I had to do, and I'm not worthy of having the shame left on me? And so what I've said also is that it's a phrase in many people's minds. It's something that they heard from somebody, that maybe their parents, whatever, it was handed down to them. And at the time they say it, they're addressing your behavior, but that's not how you hear it. You hear it as they are addressing you. Shame on you. Not shame on what you did, shame on you. Mm-hmm. And then that gets internalized, and it was never meant to be internalized. It just happens over time. And especially if you have somebody who says it to you a lot. And there are other things besides shame on you. And it's what I was making the point was that the subtlety of how things can be incorporated. Mm-hmm. It wasn't, the person forgot about it.
Right.
If they didn't forget about it, they may come back and say, that time I told you shame on you. Mm-hmm. I apologize for that. I didn't mean that. I was talking about your behavior. Right. But they don't have that realization to give you that realization.
Got it. Amen. Good stuff, Dan. Good stuff. All right. We shared that for no extra charge, audience. They go, well, I didn't pay anything. Hello. Okay. All right. But we're so glad to have you with us today. Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please, because we're going to wrap this up and move on into another portion of our conference today. We talk, yes, I do. We talk about defining moments. A defining moment is, and Denzel uses this quote every now and then. He says, in life, there is the moment, and then there is after the moment in which nothing is ever the same again. Mm-hmm. And this is the last thing we'll talk about as we get ready to go into our next segment, is that one of the things that we work with the speakers on is key defining moments that they have experienced in their life. And that's where this life experience resume comes in, because we'll get a list of things that happen and we'll be talking about those things, and we'll get to a certain thing that happened, even though it's like a one-liner sentence there, and that person will then, sometimes they just kind of almost talk different, and you can hear kind of an emotional tone connected with that experience. And when we talk about it, we find out that that experience was what we would call and could frame as a defining moment. And so what we say about defining moments as we work with speakers, and you're going to hear some today, is that there is before the moment, and that's a story. Then there is the moment, whatever that situation was, and this is the important part. And then there is after the moment, in which nothing is the same again. And so what are we really looking for when we see and really want to leverage a defining moment? We want our audience to experience a contrast, to say this was before, this happened, and now these are the circumstances in life. And they're drastically different than things were before. I and my family, we just have experienced recently in the last few months, we experienced a cataclysmic defining moment that we are still in the process of dealing with an after the moment experience, or for some of us, it's a journey that we're dealing with. But nonetheless, it's part of our story. It's something that happened to us. It happened to us on a deep level, and oftentimes when we are able to, we can talk about it and express that depth of emotion that goes along with that defining moment.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that, you covered it really well, is that it doesn't always happen immediately. It sometimes takes years after the defining moment to see what's really happening. It could be just the moment could be when your dreams started to fade and you didn't put any more energy into your dream, your growth, or whatever it may be.
That's good.
And you go back and you think about it and you think, where did I get off my track? I used to be so, focused on where I want to go and what I want to do and what I want to be. And then something happened. And then when you figure out that something, it helps you to understand what happened. Once you understand what happened, you can address it, get yourself back on track.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good job. All right. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end it there, because trust me, we could go on, and the beat goes on to the crack of dawn when Dan Smith and Dwight Pledger get together and start talking about story. Mm-hmm. It's almost like a never-ending conversation. Yeah. But everything must come to a resolution. So we're going to bring that to a resolution, and we're going to go ahead and transition now into another part of our presentation today, and it is going to deal with a deep dive interview, a deep dive 3D interview that none other than my great and she is, let me say, just a 3D experience I had with her. She is taking speaking to a whole nother level. I used to think I was doing something around here, going every now and then, going somewhere and speaking. Man, every time I look up, she's doing a conference, a workshop, a seminar, and all of these things, and she just does not know. And here's the 3D. It just blesses my heart. Mm-hmm. I was having a 3D moment. Y'all wait on me, okay? I'm telling you, I really could just get on the floor in the fetal position and just want to put my thumb in my mouth and say, I want my mom. But anyway, and I praise God for her. It's my daughter. And I'm telling you, she's done some amazing things. Just all through her life, I cannot begin to articulate the accolades and things. And she is just a very, very important and integral part of our family. And we look at her and see some of the things that she's doing. And like I said, I'm just amazed. She's got her doctorate degree. So I can say in that she has definitely put some bookwork in. But she can read War and Peace in a weekend. Okay. Could you imagine being able to read that fast? That's a whole lot of reading. And I know I just dated myself. All you Gen Xers and stuff are wondering what the heck is he talking about. But anyway, so yeah, so I'm looking forward to hearing from her and hearing the questions that she's going to field today. And if I hadn't been so absent-minded, I'd have her resume. And I tell you, if we get a break here, I just want you to know about my daughter. She's, oh, Dad, it's okay. But I get it. But I'm so glad that we are working together on this day. And we know Mama is smiling down from heaven. Okay? All right. So without further ado, we're going to bring my daughter, Michelle Cedrina Pledger. Dr. Michelle Cedrina Pledger into the forefront here. And we just want to give her a good hello and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dad. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm so honored to interview the two of you and hear about your journey to coach others to tell their story in an effort to reveal, heal, and transform. And with everything that is going on in the world and in a lot of our personal lives, we all can benefit from some revealing, healing, and transformation, right? And so I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I want the audience to stay tuned because after I ask a few questions, we're going to turn it over to you. So as you're listening, if there's anything you're wondering, anything that resonates, we want to hear from you. So definitely keep that chat live and going. And some of this you covered a bit in your intro, so feel free to tell nuances, Dan and Dad, that you maybe didn't put in the intro. So my first question for you is, what's the story around how D&D training and coaching solutions came about?
Oh, you want me to? Okay. I met Dwight in 2007 at a Les Brown event, and I actually bought coaching from him. And we started communicating that way on a business level. And we saw each other at more and more events with Les Brown in different places. And we got to talking. There was a restlessness within us. There was something that we didn't feel was getting as far as we'd like it to be, but we weren't sure exactly what it. I wasn't sure, what it was. And we went to London, and we were talking, and we were riding on the bus, and he was sitting in the back, I was sitting in the front, and he came up to me and he said, this restlessness that we're feeling here, let's do something with it. Let's identify it. We both knew we had it. We didn't know exactly what it was. We were searching for something, and so we set off on a journey together to figure out what it was, and it turned into 3D. There was more to speaking than sentence structure, voice intonation. There was more. And we wanted to find it.
Yes, absolutely. And by the way, Dan talked about getting some coaching from me. This is the best $49.95 coaching package. The value of it is just tremendous. And I mean, look at it, $49.95. Okay. Yeah. So Dan pretty much summed it up, Michelle. We're gonna have to keep it.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's I love that boldness of like seeing something and feeling like, you know what, we know that this can be a little bit more, and we think we can work together to do this and do it differently. So why do you think it's important for each person to know their core story? Like, why does that even matter?
Right. Okay. Thank you for that question, Michelle. And you're right. I'll go nuanced because I mentioned it a little bit in our previous talk. But the idea there and here's how I said it. I said, I think a person, even if they don't plan on going on a stage or writing a book or anything, there is a value of them, well, working with us to really examine and go through some of the intricacies of their story. Why? Because of what I just explained. There are opportunities to go back, to look back, not go back. We ain't going back there, okay? To look back at some things and parts of our story that maybe need some further examination. But a lot of times there are areas of the story that are so, okay, I'm going to go ahead and use the P word, so painful that the person literally cannot go back there themselves, although they know this, that, or the other happened. So that's where someone like Dan and myself can come. In other words, they may not be able to go back there by themselves, but maybe perhaps they can take someone along with them and examine some situations in their story. And oftentimes we've seen and heard, and they have given testimony of the fact that being able to work out that situation or trauma, let's call it a trauma, or whatever it was, really helped them to heal. Okay, remember Michelle used that word, heal, and then to allow them to really enter into a process of transformation, taking them from that state and allowing that part of them to grow and to mature and to receive love like the rest of them.
I'll only add 4 words to that. Achieving complete self-acceptance.
Yes, that's very important. Very important. It had nothing to do with you getting on the stage, but going through and being able to have that understanding about your story is very powerful.
Oh, I love that. There's 2 things that really struck me in what you both just shared. One, Dad, you're always telling me, like, you can't see the picture because you're in the frame. And so that's where, like you mentioned, the coaching comes in to help people see their story from different angles, different viewpoints, and just get all those different perspectives to bring out those nuances. And so I'm curious about, you mentioned pain and trauma. So as you're coaching folks to work through that, I imagine there's difficulty, there's tears, there's a lot of emotion. So how do you as coaches usher in those emotions, but then also usher your clients out safely so that that trauma is just not getting, it's unmetabolized, right? It gets stuck. So how do you as coaches help them through that?
That's
Dan?
a good question.
That's a very good question, and you brought up a great point. And for speakers, we always say, never take people to a place you can't bring them back from. Because you drop them off at the wrong place with the wrong emotion, and they're worse off sometimes. So we have to be very, very aware, and that's why it benefits being 2 of us. Because if one of us is caught up into the moment, the other one has a perspective to look at it from a little bit different and interject something that brings the one who's stuck back out of it. Sometimes we will give an hour session and hang up 3 hours later because we got into that situation and we could not abandon the person, would not abandon the person.
That's exactly right. That's very, very good. And you're absolutely right. I know our normal time is 75 minutes, but I guarantee you that if you interview all of these speakers here, they're going to say, I don't think we ever had a 75-minute session, okay? Because we're not just, prolonging and going over. It's like Dan says, we're working on something. We have our finger on the pulse of something, and we want to ride it until we bring some kind of resolve to that situation. Very, very well put, Dan. Thank you.
Are there occasions where there are some people who are more coachable than others? So what makes a person ready for D&D? What makes them more coachable?
Yeah, I think I can field a little bit that Dan might add to it, but we have what's called a consultation. And even today, we're not going to arm wrestle people. They can go ahead and put their credit cards back in their pockets. We're not going to do any of that. But because what we do is allow them to have an opportunity to schedule a consultation. And in that consultation, we determine if we have what it takes to allow us to work with person and to really get them to the place to where they can really craft and own the story that they come up with. And so in that consultation time, we have a very in-depth conversation with them about what is it that what is their goal around their story.
Mhm.
And then we share what, our coaching style and what we, some of the things that are unique about us. And more times than not, we will have that conversation, and if the person is ready, then we move forward. And there are times that we've had consultations and the person basically was not ready. And oftentimes they loop back around maybe 6 months or a year later, and we find that we're ready to move forward with a coaching experience.
And there are a couple of times when people have started the process and in the process got to a point where they didn't feel they could go any further. And as I said earlier, we don't abandon them. It's okay. Take a break. Let us know. And we don't wait for them to call us. We will check in with them. And sometimes, we'll say, well, you may have gotten to a point where you really need to go see somebody else. You need to go get therapy, or you may need to go do something else because, they didn't expect it to come up. It came up in the context of us working together, and it goes beyond our level. We are not therapists. We are not, we're coaching a story, and it can be therapeutic, but we are definitely not therapists.
That's right. There you go.
That's a very important disclaimer.
Easy.
No one gets it. So beautiful. So when you are coaching, I see the benefit that the coachee gets, right, from three-dimensional storytelling. I'm just curious, what do you get out of it? Like, what do you get out of teaching others to tell their story? And we can start with you, Dan, and then we'll go over to you, Dad.
I get to have an intimate relationship with people that sometimes I just met through this process. And by intimate, I mean they have bared things that they might not even discuss in a personal relationship with another person, and to know those things. I get to incorporate them. I get to learn their lessons along with them. I get to reevaluate myself. And I just get this tremendous joy every time I see them, just because what we want to do is, Dwight and I decided when we were starting to do this, we are not enough. We always tell people, you are enough. But in this situation, we are not enough. We must duplicate ourselves.
Yes, absolutely. Very well put. One of the things that really motivates me is the joy, and this is kind of maybe a selfish thing, but the joy of seeing progress, the joy of seeing transformation. And like I stated about every single speaker you're going to see, they have come to a piece from where we started from. But here's the other thing. And even when I'm teaching, like in church, some other settings where I'm with a group, for a while. And one of the things I do is when I notice a growth step or something that's taking place in them, I bring that to their attention. I said, this really gives me joy. And I don't go into what what the details are, but to answer your question, the joy of seeing someone change, someone that was really stuck, experience freedom and able to move forward in their life and in their whatever their aspirations are, that really blesses me. And so sorry if I'm a little selfish on that.
I feel that. No, that impact and that legacy, that's super important. Okay, so this will be my last question for you. So audience, I would love for you to get ready with your questions, start dropping them in the chat. But, I've obviously known you over the years. Well, Dad, I've known you for my life, but Dan, over the last few years, and the two of you are just like thick as thieves. You're able to laugh together, to challenge each other, to push each other. It's just like beautiful energy. So how do you explain the synergy between the two of you?
I would explain it this way. We are two people that are totally committed to the same destination, but we approach it in different ways. So we stretch each other. Mm-hmm. And from time to time, maybe you haven't seen, and it does it does get a little
I see.
stressful, but we're committed to each other, and both of us grow out of that process. It's a friend of mine used to call it brain wrestling. I don't want to brain wrestle with you because you always beat me. And I say, I don't wrestle to beat you. I wrestle to learn. And so we do a lot of that. We challenge each other, and sometimes we come to a position. It's not his or mine. It's something that we generated from that process.
Absolutely. It's been said that anytime two people, something to this effect, anytime two people think consistently alike, that one of them is unnecessary. Okay. Well, we don't have that problem in D&D because with D&D, because there are times, and and I will because anybody that knows me know they come up there, we still come out of here most of the time in some kind of way, shape, form, or fashion. So sometimes Dan will do or say something, and even it's in a coaching session, and I want to just really say, wait, are you sure about, and I just have to just kind of grin and bear it, until we can get, to ourselves and discuss something. And like he says, there are certain things that we may not see exactly the same way, but we respect each other's right to have a vantage point that fits their liking or disliking.
Right. I would add to that, you brought up trust. When I hear something that I'm not sure where you're going, I trust you that you're going to get to a destination. So I put away that whatever negativity it may bring up that I don't understand, and I focus on it and I listen to it as though you were talking to me. And then once I start to understand it, I usually come up with something that I can contribute. And you do the same thing with me.
That is beautiful, boy. I tell you, boy, that 49.95 is, man.
That's the best that I ever made.
I love it. And what I hear you saying, and we say this often in the spaces where I work, is that whenever you're in community and communication with another human being, we should always strive to listen deeply enough to be changed by what we hear. It doesn't mean we will be, but having that openness to discovery as you're listening, as you're grappling with each other, I'm sure that just brings a lot of value to the people that you coach. All right, so we're going to turn to the chat to see if we have any audience questions for the two of you. And we have one coming in from Chris Gloss. Thank you, Chris, for the question. What are your thoughts on the ability to communicate your story is a speaker's competitive and marketing edge?
Ooh, say that again. Repeat that, because
Sure.
Chris Gloss is a wordsmith, so we know Chris. So
Yeah, we do.
Go ahead, say it one more time while we can figure it out.
What are your thoughts on the ability to communicate your story as speakers in a competitive and marketing edge? Chris, can you? I think there's. I'll tell you exactly what it says word for word. What are your thoughts on the ability to communicate your story is a speaker's competitive and marketing edge?
Okay. I'm going to give what I heard. I think that whenever you are marketing or selling, the primary thing that you're selling is yourself. And being able to tell your story and knowing the boundaries of telling your story with another person, and to give a little bit of yourself away, really attracts people to you, and they bond with you. People like to deal with people that they feel connected with. That's one level. If you're talking about on the stage, there are so many people that sound exactly the same, that basically have just put the same words in a little bit into a blender, and then redistributed them and act like there's something new and different. I think there's a market out there. People are looking for something new and different. They want to hear a different kind of voice. They want to feel. And I think that if you can get to that point, it may take a while to develop your audience, because there'll be some people expecting just to hear sort of, just a generic kind of a speech, and they may, well, that's not what I came here for. But then there are going to be other people that say, that's not what I came here for, but I'm glad I came.
Okay, what he said. Next question. Thanks,
That's not what I
Chris.
came here for, but I'm glad I came. All right, what else? What are folks wondering about D&D solutions, about three-dimensional storytelling? All right, all right. Carolina, all right. What is one defining moment in transformation? What is one of your defining moments of transformation?
Ooh.
Okay. Okay. This real quick. The one that I can think of, and I alluded to one, but I'm not going back there. Trust me. Is that in the telling of my story of how I became addicted. I talk about a beautiful lifestyle
Hmm.
and cars, houses, beautiful family, and all of that. So I paint this wonderful picture. Okay, that's before the moment. And then I come to a place in the telling of my story where I talk about standing in the kitchen of a friend's house. Her friend came in and he was using drugs. He was smoking cocaine. And I remember watching him as he took in that big chest full of smoke and blew it out and thought to myself, I'd like to try that just once. And I remember taking that hit of crack and I blew the smoke out. And in a spirit of invincibility, I thought to myself, I can handle that drug. And this is what Warren Buffett said. He said that he talked about habits, and how habits can change a person. And here's what I say after that. Following that moment of indiscretion, I began to lose everything that I literally had. And a few months later, I landed on the streets of Oakland selling and using drugs like a madman.
Yeah.
The defining moment then was standing in the kitchen of that friend's house, and the result of that moment caused a 7-year trail of addiction that I talk about and tell about in my story.
And at the end, I hope everyone stays on. I'm going to use a defining moment in my life. And the defining moment, I grew up in an alcoholic family, violent, go get the stick, go get the belt, take the, whatever. And it wasn't that what happened was so different when it happened. What was different was me. It just suddenly something different happened within me. So I'm going to talk about that. And actually I got to thank Tamara for that, because she said, I've heard you say that, and I've always been curious. What were you feeling at that moment? And then when I went back and explored it, I realized that there were initial feelings, and then there were totally different feelings that evolved over time after that. So I will do that at the end when we're talking about the alum meeting, and I will give a demonstration of that.
Oh, good. That's beautiful. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Okay,
Thank you
great.
both. Thank you for sharing those defining moments. So we have time for at least 2 more questions. So if there's anything else that you're wondering that you'd love to hear Dan or Dwight speak about, please let us know in the chat.
Doing good, Shelly.
While that's getting queued up, I'm curious if you've ever had to say no to someone who wanted coaching, where you like fired the coach. And then we do have a question in the chat. Have you ever had to just like stop the coaching and say this isn't working?
No, yes, but I'm just wondering how to frame your answer. It was someone that we had been working with, and they wanted us to help them in an area where, neither one of us felt comfortable.
Right.
Let me just say it like this. It had heavy political overtones.
Mm-hmm.
And we chose not to get in that. And this person was wealthy, able to pay us whatever the fee was, but it was too much of a compromise. And we if we can't coach you in with the right heart and with the right spirit, then it's going to hinder our ability to connect with you, the client. So in that situation, great question, and you brought that to our remembrance. And so I want to thank you for that. But yes, it has happened before, and those were the circumstances.
That's just great. That's great for folks to remember about the importance of values alignment, right? No matter how much money's being offered, like keeping that in mind. So we do have a question from Jesse Love. So when you have several impactful stories, how do you choose which one to tell or write about? Great question, Jesse. Thank you.
First of all, we all have several impactful stories. You know, we were different ages, we had different perceptions, but when we talk a little more and we demonstrate the defining moments, some of those you can actually just start off by just identifying defining moments and then extracting where the story goes from that defining moment. Also, I don't have a key speech or a core speech. It really is, what is the audience expectation? What are they looking for? And what has happened in my life that I can relate to them? So I have a bunch of them. And that's why really basically my book is, I think I have 24 chapters, like 24 stories throughout my life, because I couldn't figure out what to write about. So I made each one of them a chapter.
Great. You know, one of the things that I think, Jesse, first of all, thank you for the question. I would kind of do the inverse of the thing we talked about earlier, which was who are you, what do you have, and why should I care? That's from the standpoint of the audience asking the speaker. So then, Jesse, you're basically the speaker saying, what then process works for me in determining? And here's how Dan actually came up with this formula. You ask yourself the question about whoever it is you want to reach. Who are they? In other words, who is my audience? Who is my intended target audience? What do they need? And this is where the rubber meets the road. And can I fulfill the need? And so that's where the speaker integrity comes in, because sometimes we take on speaking engagements and things, and we go in there and speak, and we really don't have the message that's needed for those people at that particular time. So when you go through that process and in the integrity of your heart, and you can check all three boxes, then that's a speaking engagement that you're equipped and fulfilled and ready to take on.
And I would say if you can't check those boxes, what they need is a referral, if you have one.
Yes, there you go. Good job.
So that actually dovetailed into Senpai's question, where Senpai asked, is every speaking engagement worth taking, and how do you determine if it is or isn't?
I think we did just kind of we pretty much answered that question. But the other piece is what you would want to do is, just say, for example, there's an organization that wants you to speak for them, or an organization you're wanting to speak for. There's always a key person within that organization that might be making the decision about bringing in speakers. What you would want to do, especially if you've been asked to come and speak, is to call and do what we call, that we talk about, is called a needs assessment. And in that needs assessment, there are some key questions that you would ask and some concerns that you might address as you are trying to see if this is a good match for me. And most of the time, if you do a good job of that needs assessment in any form that you can, it will give you enough information to determine, first of all, how you need to go in, how you need to frame your messaging, and also if this might be a place, based upon what I just heard, that we're going to have to deny, like we did. We said, what with this client I told you we decided not to go with, is they basically made it clear to us what they wanted from us. And we determined, based upon the criteria, we basically turned that situation down and wish that person well with their endeavors.
You know, and in that inquiry, when you're looking at a prospective client, sometimes they don't know what they want when they ask you. And that's where the interview comes in, because you might think, well, I don't know anything about what they do. Let's just pick the government. I have nothing to do with the government. I'm not part of the government. I don't know government employees. I don't know what to talk about. But when you interview and you figure out what's going on, it may not be about the job itself. It's about a perception. It's about something that's going on that you do know something about. And if it gets to the point, as we said earlier, that you can't match, don't do it. Just don't do it, because people are going to talk about you whether they liked you or they didn't like you. And sometimes when they didn't like you, they use more energy when they talk about you.
Either way, you're getting talked about. No, I want to answer Senpai's question as well. Something I've started doing is listening to my body more. And what I mean by that is, like, I can tell when I don't have a full body yes to something that I'm being asked to do or invited to speak. There's like ways to listen to your body. And when it's not a full body yes, then I'm just like, no, because there's just something you can feel. Some people feel, I have a spot in my neck where I feel it. Some people can feel it in their stomach. Like, so just starting to pay attention, because a lot of times your body is giving you information and telling you things, but we just don't often take enough time to stop and listen. So in those intake calls, make sure to pay attention to your body as well. Just threw that in, no extra charge, as my dad would say.
That was great.
Okay.
We're going to give you a raise for that one.
Yes, I want 00.
Okay,
Okay, we've got another question coming in from Karen. She says, how much of your story should you share to an audience? Because she sometimes feels that she overshares and that derails the message that she wants to send. It's a beautiful question.
Wow.
Oh, that's an excellent question. When you're sharing with an audience, you don't want to send them to a place where they feel uncomfortable, or they start flipping back around and feeling sympathy for you or feeling bad for you. So that's why, story mastery. You master your story first. And how much you want to share changes. It changes depending on the audience, the size of the audience, where you're speaking, what their background is. But there is a, you have to monitor yourself, and you have to stay within your own boundaries, establish them before you get on the stage or wherever medium you're using. Establish your boundaries and understand when you're getting close to them and pull yourself back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, right. Another piece to add to that is one of the things we talk about, especially in coaching as we're working with clients on their story, we make it real clear that there will be some things that we will talk about in our coaching session as we go and as we explore areas of possible story content. And we'll even sometimes suggest that, this part right here, or this story, or this traumatic thing that may have happened, it might not be, this might not be the right time to go and stand on a stage and work with that. Because sometimes you have to kind of get some more healing or some more, freedom in that area before you can actually go forth and share. So what am I trying to say? There are parts of my story that people have heard, and people say, oh, he's real transparent. Trust me, there's a whole lot more down on the inside that the discretion to open up my mouth and talk about it is not there. The other thing is that sometimes we will not be congruent with some of the things that we talk about that shouldn't be talked about at that time. Because if we haven't fully processed an area of our story and we stand up on the stage and share it, we're gonna think in our heads that we're really rocking the audience, but at the same time, the audience is looking up there and saying, something is off here. Something is incongruent. There's just something about the way this person's telling their story that just doesn't sit well. And probably most of the time, it's because that storyteller has not worked with that part of their story to the degree to where they can be congruent with what's coming out of their mouth and out of their heart, so that it makes that beeline into the heart and into the minds of those that they're speaking with.
Yeah, and the other side is to monitor the audience if you're in front of one. their body language will tell you when they start to get uncomfortable. So be really aware of the audience, because speaking is about exchanging information. And if they're not able to receive it, you haven't accomplished that.
Oh, it's beautiful. There were so many nuggets there. You touched on authenticity, right? Being responsive to your audience, the importance of psychological safety and the relational trust that you might feel with one group versus another in terms of what you decide to disclose. Love, love, love. So this is actually a perfect opportunity for us to start to transition to the next phase of this, where we get to hear from some of the incredible speakers that you've had the opportunity to coach in your three-dimensional storytellings. But I just want to thank you, Dad, and thank you, Dan, for allowing me to ask you a few questions and allowing the audience to get in on the fun. Let's keep this party going.
Michelle, thank you so much. You made my year, baby. Okay, we're gonna have to do this again sometime, real soon.
And you are so comfortable at interviewing. You're great.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's see. Let's hear a testimonial real quick here. All right.
My name is Kareem Ellis. I'm at the Les Brown University event. Absolutely powerful. I seen Dwight and Dan give a presentation that blew my mind on 3D storytelling. Listen, I've been in several Toastmasters clubs. I've been in NSA meetings. I've never seen anything as powerful as how to tell your story in 3 dimensions, and it sounds exactly like what it is. It's where you take that story and you pull the audience directly into your story, and you give something from the heart, not just exactly from the head. So if you are anywhere near these guys and you want to take your speaking, your storytelling to another level, I highly suggest you contact these guys, get your story straight, get your story right. We can close the book, the end.
All right. Woo! Hello, Kareem Ellis. He's a powerful, powerful brother, man. And I had to just get him to fire up the audience about this 3D thing. Okay, so where we're going to go next is we're going to get ready for our speakers to come forward. And this portion of it is what you need to know about those that are going to be coming forward, is that they have experienced a 7-week experience in terms of crafting their story, and most of the time working on a core story or a signature story that they want to develop. And then after that 7-week experience, they became part of what's called the 3D Alumni Master Class. And that's where the prerequisite for even showing up for that class is to have already gone through and gotten your certificate and been certified as, listen to this keyword, as a 3-dimensional storyteller, okay? That's a badge of honor right there, okay? So we take them through that process. And so today we're going to be hearing from some of the speakers that have gone through that particular regimen that I just shared with you. And our first speaker coming up is a young lady that I met a number of years ago. Again, we have this, I have these 2 images, the then and the now. And I just want you to know that when she first showed up, I didn't really, we didn't really connect or anything like that. She was just kind of someone, in the class that her and another friend of hers showed up in, and they was, kind of sitting there looking up, popping gum and like, looking like, well, you weren't popping the gum, but anyway, popping gum. Anyway, so that was kind of the initial image. But over time, and through the process of going through many classes and having conversations and getting to know this person, it was just a tremendous blessing to see it. And here's the thing Michelle talked about, is to be able to see the growth that has taken place in her life. And she's been really a strong supporter of D&D training and coaching solutions. She was a part of our, she helped to host a call that we did, the Les Brown Monday motivational call, and she did a fantastic job doing that. And she's done a lot of things to continue to support us. But my joy is to see her develop herself as a speaker now, and as she's moving forward in her speaking craft. So without further ado, I want to introduce to some and to present your next three-dimensional storyteller, and that is Tamara Williams.
You didn't bring very much into this merger. If this doesn't work out, you can quickly pack your bags, your books, your few clothes, and you'll be out of here. I didn't think enough of myself at the time. I didn't have enough self-worth to know things were really skewed and I should have been out of there. Instead, I tried to mold myself in to the woman I needed to be that would please this man. Because in my mind, if I treated him well, he had already been hurt in a previous marriage. If I treated him well, he would treat me well. So I started to look at how I could become what he needed me to be. He told me my hair would look better short. I cut my hair short. He said stop wearing bright colors. I stopped wearing bright colors. He told me that I needed to wear clothes that just hung because that's more attractive. So I started buying clothes that made me look a little more unattractive, truly. I wrapped my life around him.
All right.
All right. Hello, Tamara. How are you today? I think you unmuted yourself and then muted yourself back.
All right. Sorry about the technical difficulties, folks. I'm not as familiar with Skype, but here we go. What you have just watched is 1 minute of a 7-minute speech I worked on and delivered during a storytelling workshop with Dwight and Dan. I was going through my divorce and I was still clearly in a very raw place. During that speech, I go on to say that after 2 separations and in the midst of a quiet, calm conversation, something shifted in me, and I decided that I not only deserved freedom, but I wanted it. And as Les Brown says, there is nothing so powerful as a made-up mind. This was a defining moment. I was not turning back, and my life was never going to be the same again. Once I left, all my self-esteem issues went away. I was happy and at peace, and everything was perfect. Now, how many of you believe that's true? The truth is, wherever we go, there we are. Leaving brought hope, but not wholeness. I was soon to learn that the same broken mindset I had entered into that marriage with 2 decades before was the same broken mindset I was leaving with. Losing myself by wrapping my life around my ex-husband had been painful, but taking responsibility for life choices and actively seeking to change was also painful and expensive. I lost time and wasted money only to learn that no one person had the answer to my worth. No one was swooping in to rescue me.
You can't.
And I met a few men looking to be rescued themselves. It was up to me to find the answer, but that meant changing the quality of the questions inside my head. I had to stop asking what others needed me to be and start asking, who am I? Who do I want to be? It was up to me to find the answers. I had to start reframing the narrative in my head to reflect my value and also the areas where I needed to grow. Exploring those questions came in several ways, including taking a class called Making Peace with Your Past and my coaching experience with Dwight and Dan. As I processed my story with them, the revelations were sometimes emotional. The process was not therapy, but it was therapeutic. What I've learned is what I want to say to you today. Do not make life-altering decisions like marriage from a place of fear. You deserve so much more than your fragile mind will demand for you. Get your mind right before you move. Give yourself that gift. Whether you ever decide to speak publicly, Your willingness to revisit your story will help you heal. It will impact how you show up for yourself. It will transform how you show up for the people you lead and the people you love. Yes. It will reveal your passion and purpose. Processing my story and understanding how I was impacted by my absent father led me to my calling to speak worth into daughters and importance into fathers. God used that desire, and now I'm doing just that in Daughters Lives Matter. He will restore your broken pieces into useful vessels for Him. Refuse to shrink back in fear. Move forward in truth. I promise you, you are not as fragile as you think you are. Rewrite your story, reframe it to reflect the strength that it deserves. You are still here, and someone needs your story. Know your value and walk in it. Thank you.
All right.
Beautiful. Ooh-wee. All right. Good job, Tamara. All right. So, Tamara, how you feel about your speech today?
You know what? I feel pretty good. I had a few things in my ear, and I think that distracted me, but I got my message across. And
Yes, you did.
yeah, sometimes the technology can throw you off a little bit, but I hope that people grasped what I wanted them to grasp in terms of where I was at the time that I did that video several years ago and where I am now, and just my understanding of myself and what I got from the process of processing my story with you.
Yeah, you did a phenomenal job, and I'm telling you, freedom looks good on you, my sister, and it sounds good. Okay, and so we're excited about what you just got to share, and definitely 3D. Okay, you went down on the inside, and you touched the audience, and I know you really blessed everybody with your speaking, and the contrast. I mean, you had the Angela Davis fro kicking. And it was kicking too, okay? And now you kind of just shifted it around, and it was just a blessing to see you share the way you did today. Good job.
So, Tamara, I want to give you an assessment, which may or may not be accurate, of when I met you. And then I want you to talk about then and now and how you are different.
Okay.
When I first met you, I saw a person who I perceived as being very guarded. It was like you put yourself behind a fence, and that fence was a picket fence and had a couple of knotholes that you would peek through once in a while to see what the outside world was like, and maybe between the cracks between the pickets. But as I've watched you over the years, I've seen you rip those pickets off so that not only could you see the world could see you. Do you feel that that's a fair assessment?
I really do, Dan, and I appreciate that. For so many years, the noise inside my head was so loud. I mean, I felt like people were just scrutinizing me, and I just felt like I wasn't enough and I didn't measure up. So being present when I was with people was very hard because a lot of times I was in my head and I just couldn't take it in, and I was guarded, and I was even guarded about sometimes my eye contact. I would avert my eyes because I felt like if they looked close enough, they could look down on the inside and tell how insecure I was feeling. And it was about that congruency that you talked about, the ability to show up on the outside consistent with how I'm feeling on the inside. And as I continue to process things and continue to heal, those came together more. And it is a journey. It certainly isn't a finish line, not somewhere where you arrive. But I'm able to look at that woman in the video, and I can laugh when I watch some of it, and I can say, bless her heart, she was going through it. But I also can recognize that even when I'm cheering at the end of it for her, I can say, you know what? But the ex that you're talking about in there, he was no villain, and you were no victim. You were just two dysfunctional people that came together and created more dysfunction. So I wish him well, and as I am, growing more, I wish him extremely well, just not at my expense.
Wow.
Wow, that was really, really powerful, Tamara, I'm telling you. So you gave us a bonus 3D information up in there, okay?
And you also gave us footprints, and that's why we speak. We leave footprints behind, and people can choose to follow, not follow, follow for some of the way is whatever's relevant for them, and then diverge off onto their own path. But I'm so proud of you, and it is so nice to know you completely as you are now. And I'm sure that's not the final product, but just you're so much more open, so much more accessible. It's just a thrill to know this person that I'm seeing right now.
Well, you gonna pay him at least $49.95, right? Okay.
That's right. I appreciate both of you, because what you do during this coaching process is you pour into our lives. It is so unique for each individual. You meet us right where we're at, and you pull things out when you need to. You kind of prop us up a little bit when you need to. You say, take it easy, take some time when you need to. But you are pouring into us, and every one of us is growing because of that. And so I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We appreciate that. God bless you. All right. Okay.
And Tamara, there's a lot of love for you in the chat. Folks saying amazing, lovely, such strength and power, good job, all kinds of things. Jesse can relate to the absent father trail. So you're making some great connections with our audience. And if an audience member does have a quick question for Tamara, we can do that at this time, or we can move forward with our next speaker.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
Tamara, when you were coaching with us, were there moments when, and you can be honest with us, you felt like, I need to get up and get out of this room?
Off the phone, right?
Well, first of all, thank you for everybody that's offering support. That means a lot to me, and I'm glad that I'm glad that you were able to get something from it. So I really appreciate that. In truth, you remember when I did my session, I think I was in tears that first time. There was just a lot of emotion. It was the idea that I was finally getting to talk about some things and lay some things out that I really hadn't looked at closely. And because this wasn't your first rodeo, and I had had the opportunity to interact with people that had been through your training and had known you and Dan, known both of you as you had grown a long time as speakers, I knew that I was going to get something out of it. And so there was that sense of hope, but it also was just, it was emotional. Like I said, it's not therapy, but it is therapeutic. And I definitely get why you say to some people they may need to get some therapy either with it or after it, depending on what it brings up for them, because it's powerful to get to be that real in a safe environment.
Yeah. Beautiful. That's great. All right.
As what was one of your biggest challenges in doing this? So you kind of alluded to it, but give us a little more on that.
Well, I do think it was the emotional part, and then because I was also learning to, you're helping me work my story so that at the end of that I can have a piece that I may choose to share. And so there were times when I write, I can write a lot, but I remember having to learn from you that you can't put all of that in a speech. That's too, because like you said, you have to, if you take people into a dark place, you have to be able to bring them out. And I remember you saying at one time in my speeches, I was working on it, there were so many phrases that painted a picture, but were a little bit dark. And it's like, you're going to need to choose some of those or a couple of those and set the rest aside. And so that was a part of getting a chance to really see what was in my heart and what I was struggling with, but also understanding if I had a desire to share it with the audience, how much do I share? At what point do I share? And knowing, just knowing when I'm ready to share. And, I would share one more thing. The video that is a part of this, that 1 minute from a 7-minute piece, when you first sent that to me, because that video was done, I think in 2014, when you first sent it to me, I had a hard time watching it first of all, like most speakers, I'm cringing and thinking, being critical of myself, but also just hearing it. And then the more I listen to it and the more I listen to it, it's interesting to see how that changes. And as I listened to it for this event, I was able to just, do what you do in terms of, okay, this is the piece I want to focus on. So I guess in answer to your question, the challenge was going deep, but then also being able to see the growth over time because of that willingness to do so.
Well, you brought up two different ways to approach it, writing it and then deciding what to speak. And it seems to me that what you're saying, and expand on this, that by writing it, you were able to put maybe all of it out and then look at it and choose what you wanted to speak.
Yes. That's absolutely right. I mean, even a few of the things that I put into the speech today, some of it was pulled out of maybe 3 paragraphs that I wrote on my computer one day. And it starts with tears are just falling heavily from my eyes. How do I crawl out of this place of regret? And I realized in that moment, I was still grieving. But after writing that and reading it and shedding tears, even as I read it, because I had brought it out into the light, it was not going to have the same power. And now I can read it. And I did reread it as I prepared for this. And it just didn't hit me the same way. I mean, it had depth, but it didn't take me to tears. And I recognized you really have moved through the grieving process. And so, and so writing for me really does help.
It was not going to have the same power. Wow. And what made you decide to come and work with Dwight and myself? There's something going on. You had these thoughts, you had this experience. It was a while, and then there was a moment when you decided to come and work with us. What was happening at that point?
Well, I think as I mentioned, I had gone through Making Peace with Your Past, which is something that was offered through church. It's a 12-week intensive where you really get into shame and just the bitterness and just a lot of dynamics about your family. I'm hearing some background right there. That's playing. About your family. Okay. And coming on the end of that, maybe I'll just wait a second. Okay, no problem. It's a plane. So coming on the end of that, I just started to feel that I was more ready now after doing Making Peace with Your Past, doing your storytelling workshop where I was one of a group. I felt like I was ready at that point to actually sit with you individually and be able to have coaching with the two of you, because I got to know you better as coaches during that process, and you had built that trust. And then I had seen the impact you had on other speakers, and I felt like I was ready.
All right. Well, thank you very kindly, Mr. Mara. Great job. Excellent. You really fielded those questions, boy. Shoot. You'd be a challenge for Michelle, too. All right.
So we do have a question from the audience. Why was Tamara chosen for 3D as a client?
Okay, why was she chosen as opposed to the person that we didn't choose?
Yeah, why was she chosen?
It's because, the short answer is because we were able to see that she has strong desire to, explore her story, and we just had a sensing within ourselves that, an intangible thing that said that, there was kind of a kindred spirit there, and we felt that we could probably work and benefit and help her to get to where she needed to be with her story.
Yeah,
and that's the long and the short of it, really. And
that's a good question, because not everyone should be chosen, but Tamara had courage, and it was obvious that we had rapport with each other, and that she could say things to us, we could say things to her that we might say the same exact things to someone else and they would be offended or they would shut down, but she would listen to them and she would respond to them, whether she liked them or did not like them at the moment. And it was just a good match. That's
Got it. Yeah. Absolutely.
Great, beautiful.
Thank you. I appreciate my coaches.
All right. Yes, we are. Yeah, we got to move it right along here. All right. Oh,
Hello everyone, my name is Joseph Landeros. I'm a 17-year-old professional boxer from Riverside, California, and this is...
My name is Woody Landeros. I'm a content creator. I have my own podcast called Shut Up and Fail, and I'm also from Riverside, California.
Now this whole experience has definitely been one to remember. When it comes down to conferences like this, you just learn so much within such a short amount of time, but that's just what's so great about it.
So what I learned was that when you're speaking in two-dimensional and speaking in three-dimensional, it's almost a 100% difference.
Exactly what he said. Whenever you go three-dimensional, it gets more personal, it gets more one-on-one with the speaker and the audience, and that's something that I'm going to apply with my career and overall with my speaking.
So this is not even a lie. For myself, I actually cried with the story. I was actually crying, I swear to you. My brother was looking at me like, hey man, there's some ladies around here. But I was actually crying because I really did feel it. And that's the difference right there.
Well, a little bit of background about myself. Being a professional boxer, I feel that there's a lot of miscommunication between the person who is up in the ring and the fans. And in this case, when it comes down to being three-dimensional, you become more vulnerable and you become more connected with those fans. So that's definitely something I'm going to need to practice and put into play with my speeches.
Thank you.
all right. Okay, outstanding. Okay, all right. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and keep it moving here. And we just want to thank everybody for their participation, especially the audience with their comments and with their questions. And so we're going to get ready to go to our next speaker. And one of the format that I really neglected to do correctly, and we had to kind of do it all on the back end, was to up front share something, ask the speaker to kind of give their take on why they became a part of the D&D Training and Coaching Solutions class. So with our next speaker, we will follow that particular format and move forward from there. And now, speaking of our next speaker, and I believe she is ready to go, okay? And we're looking forward to it because Tamara broke the ice, and so now everybody go follow in that nice little flow that we've got established here. And her name is Arprentice Hay. And we met her kind of causally through the Les Brown motivation call that we were doing for a while for Mr. Brown. And we heard just a little snippet of her story. We said, oh, she has a story. And so I think we communicated with Tamara. Tamara, made some kind of contact, and the rest is history. And she became a part of our one of our coaching clients. And we enjoy working with our apprentice. And her situation, and like all of the speakers, their situation is quite different than hers. She had her own situation that she was dealing with, and we didn't have to be geniuses to determine what the defining moment, one of the defining moments would be for her. Mm-hmm. And I just want you to know that as we got to know her and as we got to work with her and to hear more, and that's the other value that I think we get out of this as we start at a place with a person, and then as we get into their story and they open up, the familiarity begins to build, and the relationship begins to build in terms of just working with that particular person. And our apprentice was very submitted to the process, assigned work assignments. She, got back on them and did what she needed to do in order to to get through that process. And there were some moments that, were more difficult than others. And I'm just kind of characterizing that because just want you to kind of give you an idea of our experience with this next person that's coming forth. A little 3D preview, if I might add. So our apprentice, let me ask you a question. What was it that kind of motivated you to go ahead and write the check? I mean, pull the plug. And you say,
You're so funny,
kidding.
Dwight.
No, I'm not. Anyway,
Let me first of all say thank you so much for having me. It's been a wonderful experience. And for me, it was very early on, as I share my story, it was very early on, you'll see, in my healing process. And I recall that call where I shared a little bit about what I was dealing with. There were actually two people on the line, or another person on the line, including you and Dan, who offered to work with me. But there was just something about, what you all were doing on those Monday motivational calls that tugged at my heart. And as Michelle said, like kind of going with your whole body and your feel, like it just kind of intuitively just seemed like it was right to work with you all on this very sensitive story.
All right.
That's good.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we want to introduce to some and to present to others none other than Miss Arprentice Hay. Come on, y'all. Give her some love.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
So in life, we don't get to choose our circumstances. And unfortunately, that leaves us with the painful consequences of choices that others have made. I didn't get to choose my dad leaving when I was about 4 going on 5, nor did I get to choose that he abandoned us by signing away his parental rights. My mother didn't consult me when she decided to remarry and brought home this guy that she introduced as our new dad. Neither of these fathers were in a position where they could give me the love that I deserve. One ultimately struggled with narcotics and drugs, and my new dad was what my mother referred to as a dry alcoholic. Somehow he stopped drinking, but never did the work of recovery and would still rage at times in anger. It didn't help that my mom from time to time would tell me, your dad didn't want you so bad, he helped pay to give you away. And I played this over and over again in my mind. That broken little girl somehow got it into her head that the way to fix this was to find her own husband. And at the tender age of 15, in the 5th grade, tender age of 10, I remember being on the playground singing, going to the chapel and I'm gonna get married. This led to promiscuity at a young age. And in my 20s, going from relationship to relationship to relationship, looking for the one. Now, I had always known that I wanted to be a wife and a mom. So I was excited when I found that I was pregnant. And on October 29th in 1995, I gave birth to my prince, Elijah Thomas Neal Weems. As I gazed down at him, I asked my mother, when do I have to let him go? Her response, almost prophetic, was a little bit every day. I wanted more for my son than what I had experienced. I wasn't sure if his father would be present. I remember carefully considering what did I need the most when I was a little girl? And the answer was love. And so the mission began to love him unconditionally, to never speak to him negatively, to always encourage him and inspire him. I sat him on my lap one day and said, Elijah, did you know that God made you especially for me? And this 2-year-old blew my mind when he responded, God made you especially for me too, Mom. He continued to show me just how wonderful he was. At the age of 4, I remember him coming home and saying, Mom, I know why everybody loves me. It's because I'm so handsome. So I was already beginning to see how giving a child that unconditional love could begin to build self-esteem and confidence. In elementary school, he was hurt when his principal died of breast cancer. He told me that he wanted to find a cure. I thought I had a scientist on my hand. And then in high school, he stood up for the other new kid who was being picked on by the football star, and they all ended up becoming friends. He was also very touched by what he saw when he volunteered through his high school at a homeless shelter, feeding the homeless. Elijah was a natural-born athlete. We started with t-ball, then basketball, and football. He had me on the run. He played AAU basketball, that's the Amateur Athletic Union, and it took him all over the country. One particular trip to LA, and he was smitten. So when his hard work paid off with a reward of a full scholarship to the University of Charleston of West Virginia, I was elated. But Elijah still had something tugging at his heart for LA. He committed to University of Charleston, West Virginia, and just as soon as he did, he decommitted, and off to LA he went. The next few years were tumultuous as he was trying to figure out his life. Eventually, he went back to Charleston, but just still felt like there was something more. He came back home and dedicated himself to self-mastery. He had dreamt of playing pro basketball and being a model. He would wake up early in the morning, spend time praying, and then off to the gym he would go to work out. A year later, his hard work for modeling paid off. He got his first paid modeling job through Nike, a live presentation. I remember him texting me the next day and saying, "Mom, it's working. Keep praying." We were so excited. He also, during the month of August 2019, earned his training certificate as a personal trainer. I was so proud of him. Things were really going in a great direction for the both of us, as we both have a passion for fitness. That particular night, I got that coveted text that I always look for. "Mom, I'm safe. I'm spending the night at a friend's house." I went to bed believing all was well in my world. My husband and I got up the next morning and made the bed, and we turned on the TV to watch the news, something we don't usually do. We saw something flash across the screen. 3 shot, 2 dead in Roswell. It wouldn't be for several hours later until we realized how significant that story was going to be in our world. Bang, 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 bang. We looked at each other. Who was that banging on the door? As we opened the door, there were 2 Henry County police officers standing there. They started asking us a whole bunch of questions about Elijah. I was puzzled and confused and finally had a question of my own. "Is he okay?" The police officer bluntly replied, "He's deceased." My neighbor later told me that I screamed so loud she heard me. I don't remember hitting the floor. I only remember the police officer trying to calm me down as I screamed, "No, no, no." And it was only the grace of God that gave me the strength to come off that floor. Out of all the things in my life that had happened prior that I didn't choose, this is one that I would have never chosen. All the hopes and dreams, the energy and effort that I had poured into my son as a single mom had all of a sudden come to an end. Not only did I lose him, but I lost all of that. I had the wherewithal to recognize that my younger son, who was 12 at the time, deserved to have a whole mom. And that's what drove me forward. I also remember laying across my son's bed that night saying, "Elijah, this hurts like blankety blank blank. But I promise you I won't curl up and die." And that was the biggest temptation, because how else was I going to stop the pain? Over time, I began to realize that the very tools that I'd learned in healing from the trauma of my childhood were the same tools I was going to need to get through this. I remember my therapist telling me, "Apprentice, you can get through this. It's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible." Gratitude, self-love, persistence, mindset, and realizing that I still had a purpose. Those were the tools that I used and continue to use to live a life outside of that nightmare. And so I want to encourage you today, wherever you are in your life, choose to heal. No, we can't choose what happens to us, but we can choose how we respond to it. And I want to share a quote with you by Louise Hay from a book that I read called gratitude. Love is the power that heals our lives, and love is the power that will ultimately heal this world. Gratitude comes from love. It is the natural expression of a loving heart. Therefore, whenever we express gratitude, we align ourselves with the power that heals us. Now you're probably thinking, what could you possibly be thankful for? Well, I chose to thank God for the opportunity and honor of being Elijah's mom. I thanked God that I had him for 23 years, recognizing that there were mothers who had lost their children much sooner. I thanked God for all the joy that he brought into my life. I thanked him for the many friends and family that surrounded me and continued to support me, and that I still had another son. I thank God for the reality that I still had a purpose, even outside of raising my 15-year-old. So the book of life tells us in everything to give thanks. In everything. It doesn't say for everything, but in everything. So no matter what you're experiencing or what your experiences have been, take a look around you. Find something to be grateful for. Thank you.
All right, Miss Prentice Hay. My goodness.
Unmuted.
How many of y'all felt that? All right. Even though, like Dan and I know your story and the intricacies of it, is still a blessing, and it just, it touches your heart to hear you share and how you painted the picture of, remember we talked about the defining moment thing before the moment. You built that up beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
And then, because we knew where you were going, the audience doesn't. So I know the impact was definitely there when you came to the defining moment and heard that knock on the door, and then it changed the course and destiny of your life. And that was powerful. You did it beautifully.
Yeah.
Your tone was right in alignment with what you were saying and what you were speaking, and you got to quoting scripture and everything. You went all the way up in it. You gave everybody their money's worth. Okay, so I just want you to know that we appreciate you, and yes, you have our condolences, but you are leveraging. You're turning pain into power.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the other thing I'm saying, and Dan wants to share, is that people wonder, how do you work with someone that has a painful story, or part of their story is very painful? And I'm going to tell you, we did it very cautiously,
mm-hmm.
because we knew that was a very, very tender place in your life. So we approached it as you allowed us to approach the areas of that story. And the thing about it with you, though, you were open, and this is a key thing for those that we would want to work with. Be open to the process.
Mm-hmm.
And you our apprentices were open to the process. So I commend you, and I applaud you for a stellar job on the sharing of your story. So we batting 1,000 today. We 2 for 2. Okay, come on, y'all. All right, Dan, you got it.
Yeah, I just my comment is, Dwight is absolutely right. You said in your speech that it was early on in the healing process, and we were very much aware of that. And we talked to each other, and at first we were thinking it's too early. We can't do anything here. But you yourself, you were so compelling that Dwight and I just said what he said. We have to do this. We have to do this, even if we don't understand. We can't. Even if we don't understand what's going on within you, we have to trust and we have to have faith. So we talked about earlier, how do you choose a client? And we said very carefully, you were extremely carefully. And we didn't want, the one thing we said is we do not want to do any harm. We don't want to open up anything that we're not ready to handle, and you don't have another outlet to go to. But you're just an incredible person. And one of the reasons that we decided to do this is that we just had this belief that even though it was early on in the process, you would be able to present something to other people who are also early on in the process and help them get started with the process.
Beautiful. Yes, absolutely. All right, Michelle.
Yeah, let's get into some questions from our audience. So just a lot of love from the folks in the chat, and just thank you so much for sharing your story.
Okay. So our apprentice, we talked about a little bit about why you decided to be a part of it, part of the coaching process. So after you got into it, how difficult was it to approach the moment in your defining moment? How difficult was it to approach the moment? When I say the moment, I mean to talk about hearing those words come from the police officer about your son.
It wasn't at that time difficult because it was a nightmare that I was already playing over and over again in my head, hearing those words, having those moments. And I can definitely look back and think, you know, a lot of parents would not have been ready to go as in depth as, you know, I had to go to write his story. However, for me, I have done, you know, therapy before. And therapy is talking, it's talk therapy. And so this gave me a space to talk about the story. And then for me, this may not necessarily speak for every parent who has lost a child, but when you lose someone, death is so final. So it's like they don't exist. It's almost like they didn't exist. They're just gone. And so I liked talking about him. I liked thinking over those memories because it still made him real, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And you had the story internally, and you were in the grief process, but you were motivated to bring it out and make it public. What was behind that?
Learning. So, you know, you think your child is amazing, right? Every parent does. But at his life celebration and leading up to his life celebration, there was so much love pouring in. I was receiving letters, stories from people who had never met him in person but followed him on social media, friends from high school, telling how he had touched their lives, how he had taught them about love. I found his prayer list. And so I didn't want this legacy that he was building to die with him. I wanted to keep his story and his legacy alive. And that legacy was, you know, that you should master yourself and pray for others. You should be so busy working on yourself that you don't have time to judge others. And anything that fascinated Elijah, he wanted to master, he took an interest in. And he had such a loving heart. And I just began to see that this broken little girl who, by the grace of God and Spirit of God, was able to unconditionally love her son, raised a son who could then give that love to the world. And Elijah was on a mission to do his part to save the world. And I want to continue on that mission.
So in some ways, you picked up his torch and carried it for him in your own way.
Yes.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I like the part where you share in terms of when you talk about him and when you remember him, you're not remembering something that's dead. That memory is alive.
Yeah.
And I love that because I was having that thought about the situation that I'm dealing with. And so rather than allow those visitations of memories to, you know, bring sadness or take you into a place that, you don't feel comfortable, rejoice that those visitation and those memories of this person that is very much alive in your memory and in your heart is a powerful way to move forward about something that nobody can change the fact of, but we can sure move forward and allow ourselves to not get stuck. In other words, like I like to say, let's keep it moving. Okay, beautiful. So, our apprentice, why don't you share with us, the people, how they can get in touch with you? I kind of missed my cue on that, Mr. Mayor. Let you give her going first, okay? Like that first child missed out on a whole lot of stuff. Them second, third, and fourth, they get all the good stuff. But anyway, so tell us what you're up to now, and what where you're going, because you recently retired, but you definitely didn't stop working, that's for sure.
That you said that right. You said that right. And so I mentioned in my story that both of my son and I had an interest in fitness. He was a certified personal trainer. I earned my personal training certification in 2020. I was a franchise owner with a fitness brand called Camp Gladiator. But in 2018, I launched my own fitness brand. And so I've been working on building that. So people could get in touch with me at my website, which is vibrantbodyfitness.com. That's vibrantbodyfitness.com. And or on Instagram and Facebook at the same handle, Vibrant Body Fitness. And then I also have a personal one at Our Prentice, my first name, at Our Prentice. And since, the past 2 years have been amazing, bittersweet in so many ways, because I am realizing dreams and accomplishing things that I've always wanted to do. And Elijah and I were friends. It was just the two of us for 12 years until his little brother came along. And so I'd love to be able to share, and I do in my own way, what's going on. So I've been a part of 2 book collaborations. One is available on my website. I've worked with you guys, like I said, working on, my fitness business, and just learning to find life and live life after, that moment.
Beautiful, beautiful. She said, after the moment, bless your heart. That's beautiful, our apprentice. Well, thank you so much for being so open, so transparent, and sharing your story with feeling, power, and conviction. And you got us feeling real good over on this side of the screen here, okay? you guys are rocking today, and we can't wait to get to some more good stuff.
And I would just conclude with, as nervous as we were, as cautious as we were in working with you, we were blessed by it.
Yes, absolutely. And the blessing continues.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. All right. So, up next, we're going to have a quick testimonial, and we're going to move to our next speaker. All right. Thanks again, our apprentice. God bless
you. Thank you.
Hello, Sunshine. This is Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant, and I'm so excited to tell you about the one and only D&D Training and Solutions Group with Dwight Pledger and Dan Smith. These two brothers are the real deal. When you talk about 3D storytelling, the dimensions and the layers that come with how you will change the world, how you will use your power voice, how you will be clear about the story you're trying to articulate, there's no one else on the planet that can do it like D&D. So if you're serious about taking the next step, if you're willing to share with the world the brilliance that you have and the stories that can change and ultimately save a life, you want to check out D&D Training Solutions today. Dwight Pledger and Dan Smith, they don't do this because they have nothing else to do. They do this because this is their divine assignment to help empower, uplift, change, and transform lives on a daily basis by telling their story. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Dr. Stacy, signing off.
All right, Stacy. Okay, that's a really, really good friend of mine, and she rocks when she talks about D&D Training and Coaching Solutions. So we appreciate her. And again, we appreciate all of you that are with us today. We got a lot more coming, and we're so happy that you are taking this journey today with us. And we're excited. We put a lot of work into it, And our producer here is doing a fantabulous job. RemoteProducerLive.com, RemoteProducerLive.com. All right. So, okay. Now, don't forget to give us some comments and let us know, how you're feeling about the speaker, about the program, anything you want to express. We would like to hear it. Okay. We're not scared of feedback up in here. All right. Okay. We're not scared. Brother Tony, we're not scared. All right. Okay. All right. So we're going to go to our next speaker now, and you're with us, and we're moving down and keeping this train moving. All right, our next speaker, again, is a young lady I met some years ago in another venue and dealing with another aspect of, personal development and growth. And it was something that I don't mind mentioning. It was a experience called making peace with your past, help for adult children of dysfunctional families. And Miss Paula Rivers is who I'm referring to. That was a part of that experience. And again, I got my that was then and this is now. And Dan and I were talking last night and just kind of, talking about, some of the speakers and the growth and the development that's taken place in them. And clearly we were able to remark and to talk about the contrast, the growth that is taking place in our next speaker. And she has just been very, very faithful to her craft. Once she made a decision that she was going to tell her story and take her story as far as God would let her, she's been doing exactly that. And we're so excited about her improvement and her growth as a speaker. And we want to showcase, we want to tell the world up in here, okay, and show the world what we're doing over here at D&D. Dan, anything you want to say before we?
I know you said it all. There's just we were amazed at how quick the growth was. I remember Paula saying something to the effect of, "I have a lot to say, I just don't know what."
Right.
She figured it out.
Yeah. Well, that's a good thing to hear when you want to work with somebody on their story, because here's the real insight. Everybody in the sound of my voice has a unique and dynamic and powerful, compelling story. And what these speakers have chosen to do is to not take their story to their grave with them. Okay? They're going to leave it here on the planet so that people, for as long as people are hearing stories, can hear what God has done in each and every one of our lives. So I'm excited about the legacy and the posterity of storytelling. So Paula, what was one of the compelling reasons that caused you to get some coaching?
I think that I was just looking to help other women, and in helping them, I needed to completely learn how to tell my story to help myself. And I reached out to a friend, and I was talking about, I really want to get into, learning to tell my story. And she was like, "Oh, Dwight is into that." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right." And so I gave you a call. And you sent me over to the motivational speaking by Les Brown that we were doing on Monday nights. And I started listening to you and Dan on there. And I was like, yeah, I would like to work with them. And like you said earlier, I did the consultation, and we started kind of moving back and forth on a few things. And we went from there.
Got it. And the rest, as they say, is history. So we're so glad that you chose to work with us. And today we're gonna basically be hearing of a place in your development as a storyteller. And so we just want everybody to buckle their seat belts and get ready to coin a phrase of somebody else a little more popular than I am. And we're gonna hear a dynamic and powerful story, and from none other than Miss Paula Rivers. Thank you for coming, Paula.
Thank you. Have you ever thought about what it means to be fearfully and wonderfully made? Have you ever based that answer on your circumstances? I have. Being raised by a teenage mother and a father who abandoned me before I even entered this world didn't leave me feeling wonderfully made. I actually felt unloved, with an identity crisis, carrying shame and abandonment issues. At the tender age of 8, I began witnessing my mother being abused by my stepdad. The atmosphere of chaos and fear stormed through our home on any given night. So much so that I too became a victim. I had 2 stepsisters and 2 stepbrothers who bullied me physically and coerced me into activities my young body wasn't ready for. How many of you know growing up too fast, how that feels? I learned to compartmentalize my pain. Can you imagine what that does to a child? I was paralyzed emotionally. I went into survival mode. Anger took its place. Promiscuity fell in line. My determination to be in control protected me, though failed me all at the same time. I needed to be loved my way. I didn't even know what that meant. Nevertheless, I was on the journey to find out. As I blossomed into a young woman, the daunting pain of my past followed me. I found myself in search of love, yearning to be nurtured and affirmed, yet the essence of my demanding and dominating ways preceded me. I didn't feel fearfully made. I felt fearful. Why? The truth was, I had no sense of value. That was stolen from me long ago. I didn't think, after being molested over an 8-year span, I was worthy to be loved. How could I make someone think more of me than I thought of myself? They would probably ask me, why didn't you tell? They wouldn't understand. 8-year-old little Paula had to protect her mother. I made up in my mind she couldn't protect me. And I would not knowingly have her take a beating trying to defend me. I became self-sacrificing. Codependency ruled the maze of my mind, accomplished in building unhealthy relationships. I tried to hide my vulnerability, afraid someone would see right through the sheerness of my skin, straight to the weakest part of me, my heart. I used my mouth as my weapon of choice. I could make you laugh or I could make you cry. I learned very young how to be sassy. I knew exactly what words to use to cut you at your core. How many of you know hurt people hurt people? Words became my defense mechanism, and fighting became my power. I did not mind a good fight, but maturity caused growth. I realized I was losing the war, being captured by my own thoughts. I remember sitting in church, May 2011. A class was being offered, Solutions for Life. As the description was going forth, I was still unsure. Was this class fitting for me? However, I would go on Friday night and see what it was all about. The minister pulled out a book, Making Peace with Your Past, Help for Adult Children of Dysfunctional Families. This is exactly where I need to be, I thought to myself. I signed up for the 12-week course. Solutions gave me the tools to start unpacking my pain. I made peace with the fact that I was a child and I was victimized. Shame no longer had me bound and in chains. Little by little, like a snake, I began shedding my old skin. I became intentionally gentle to the beast of my emotions. The beast could only operate in the environment it had been taught. In July 2021, I reconnected with one of the perpetrators. Over the years, our paths have crossed. I even attended their mother's homegoing celebration, but this would be the first time I would spend time with them. August 2021, on one of my trips to Southern California, we planned to have lunch together. Leading up to the date, my mind was heavy. I was nervous, unsure of how this encounter would go. Nevertheless, my mind was made up. 8-year-old Paula deserved to be free. When I pulled into the parking lot, butterflies entered my belly. I parked the car, I looked into the mirror, and I assured myself it was okay to speak my truth. I didn't come to lay blame on anyone. We were children. However, what they thought was a game changed the course of my life. I had taken steps to forgive. Still, I believe if the opportunity presents itself to confront your perpetrator and you feel safe in doing so, this will bring you another level of freedom. When I walked into the restaurant, my perpetrator was already seated. I sat down, and the 8-year-old little girl sat next to me. I smiled. I smiled, thinking to myself, don't worry, I got you. Not even 5 minutes later, I had the chance to take a trip back down memory lane, sharing my past pain. I'm not even sure if it was completely received, but I let it be known I have forgiven. See, now I have the victory. When it was time to go, we walked to our cars and said our goodbyes. I looked over at 8-year-old little Paula. I gave her a smile and we parted ways. Today, without a shadow of doubt, I know I was created by God and I am fearfully and wonderfully made. I'll leave you with this. If you allow someone to take your value, you will always discount your worth. Thank you.
Woo-wee! That's what I'm talking about up in here. All right. Y'all don't get it no better than this. I mean, we coming like bam, bam, bam. Good job, Paula. Outstanding.
Thank you, Dwight. Thank you.
Let me tell you something. You talk about somebody that's growing up in here, and I, you know, Paula, you know, I've always shared this with you, so I might have shared it with everybody else. Paula has a way of work with words, of framing, and saying things that really penetrate, and you get her, even though you know she don't have to take a whole lot of time to tell you about it. But I want to commend you, Paula, for your courage in terms of being able to share a painful story. Again, we've heard diverse stories. Everybody's story and everybody's purpose for their story is not the same. The key thing is wondering, is discovering how God or how you need to leverage your story in terms of making the greatest impact, which ties into what you feel your life's mission is. And for you to share and to bring to the listeners' attention something so painful. But as they look at you today, as they hear your story, and as you shifted in even your tone towards the end, and then you hit that drop the mic quote at the end. Give us that last line one more time. Come on, that last quote that we dropped the mic on.
If you allow someone to take your value, you will always discount your worth.
If you allow someone to take your value, you will always discount your worth. And that's something some people gotta think that through. But I get it. Trust me. Look at Tamara. Okay? And so that's a blessing. So I appreciate it. Dan got 3 pages of notes up in here, so we're gonna be here for a minute, okay?
Oh, so many, but I want to make well, first of all, excellent job. Yes. And I am so proud of you because you had to accelerate your pace. You had to dig deep to get that. You haven't been in this process for that long. You were scattered in the beginning, didn't know exactly where to go, and you found it. And I wanted to also say, this style that you delivered this in is exactly the style that it needs to be delivered in, because it's your truth.
That's right.
If you were to give this speech to a speechwriter and have them correct the grammar, the sentence structure, they would have taken the whole strength out of the speech. It came from the heart as you lived it, as you felt it, and some of the most important things, they probably would have reworded them because, that's not grammatically correct, but it was impactfully correct. And it hit. Oh my goodness. I mean, all these things, from, coerce you into activities my young body wasn't ready for. But a lot of people would have spent a lot of time explaining that. But you left that open to where people can insert themselves into that statement, whatever they went through, however it manifested itself in them. Mm-hmm. No sense of value. That was stolen from me long ago. Mm-hmm. Those words, what they say is that everybody's born with value until a thief comes along, or a group of thieves or organization, and steals it from you. And it's not like we have to create our own value. We already have it. We just have to work on it and develop it. And then the codependency ruled the maze of my mind. My goodness. And your mouth being your weapon of choice. There are a lot of, that helps people understand angry people. I have a sister who was angry for many years, and sometimes it was hard for people to understand that she wasn't attacking the person who was hearing. She was reacting from the past, and she was attacking those emotions in the only way that she knew how. Wow. And then the whole thing about shedding your own skin, and getting rid of that skin that no longer fit to allow you to grow. That was perfect. And then, I just got goosebumps. 8-year-old Paula needs to be free.
Yes.
Needs to be free. That statement right there, people are going to gravitate to that.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that are confined by their past, limited by their past, by what other people did to them that they internalized, and they never deserved that.
Yeah.
And then what they thought was a game changed my life. That duality of what weight people put on things, the perpetrator and the victim, they see it differently, totally differently. And there's a complete lack of understanding of what's happening to the victim. I think most perpetrators would not do it if they had a complete understanding of what the victim is going through. And your quote, copyright that, copyright that, put it on bumper stickers, put it on billboards, put it everywhere you can. Well.
That's right. That's right. That's a good subtitle for your book. And like I said, your book, that definitely has to be written, because the way you frame your words, your wordsmithing, the way you articulate, what you experienced, and this is just, one nuance of the many things that we discussed in the training and in the coaching time. So again, we want to thank you for such a stellar job. And Michelle, we got anything going in the chat?
Just a lot of love and admiration
Okay.
for the story here. No questions that I'm seeing. So
Paula, how do you feel getting to this point in your life? I thoroughly understand you, and that you're not all the way where you want to or need to be, but how do you feel right now? And especially making this public, who knows how many people are going to see this now, and it's out there.
I feel good about it. I think that it's important for me to share my story so I can help other women, like I said at the beginning, be able to share their story. Sometimes we carry so much shame that we're not able to articulate how we feel. And I actually have to credit a lot of that to you and Dwight, because I wasn't a storyteller or even knew how to put words together to even think about telling my story. So working with you guys gave me the courage to step out and let my light shine, and in hopes to help others let their light shine.
Yeah, beautiful, outstanding. And you're from covered from beginning to end. You was right in the 3D zone, and even up to this very moment, there's you're feeling. And what I really believe is, especially in moments like this, by being able to get your story out, you're sensing and feeling the release of the freedom of releasing even some of the burden, because the healing that we have to achieve, it doesn't come in like anybody gonna lay hands on us and all of a sudden. No, it's a process, and that it's a gradual, layer by layer thing. And today, I really believe, like you said, the shedding hasn't stopped. The shedding continues, and it needs to continue in all of us, because none of us on today or yesterday or even tomorrow can say that we have arrived. All of us, and we always use that word, it's all about where are you at in the process. And the key thing about it is we don't want to get stuck in the process. And sometimes our story as it is now is telegraphing stuck. Okay. And we don't have no sign or no bullhorn saying it, but people are sensing it as we go through life. And there's nothing more nothing more exhilarating than to be liberated, Michelle, and free. Okay.
And Paula, as Dwight was talking, I realized you're a great example of how you talked about the emotions and the negative emotions, how they compress us and they actually crush us because they're an energy and they're pushing on us. And you were a great example. You just demonstrated how if you can turn that energy around, you expand.
Yeah.
And you grow, and your growth is tremendous.
Yeah, and freedom looks good on you, sister.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
We appreciate you. Now tell us how, and tell the audience and how they can stay in touch with you, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. I have a website, which is riversofvictory.com. You can also reach me at privers LCMC P Rivers LM. I still messed that up. P Rivers LCMS20 at outlook.com.
All right.
And you could also hit me on Instagram at Paula_Rivers3. So either of those places, I will definitely get back.
All righty. Sounds like a plan.
All
Okay.
right.
Thank you. Thank you again, Paula. We do appreciate you for sharing
Thank
today.
you, guys.
Bless your heart. Yes, absolutely. All right. So we're going to have a testimonial. And following the testimonial, we're going to hear another dynamic and powerful speaker.
Hey everybody, my name is David Hall, and we just finished up with the training with Dan and Dwight, and we went through the three-dimensional training where you talked about telling your story in three dimensions, and it was amazing, man. We were sitting there, and at one point I literally started crying because it just hit me, and it helped me realize that there's so much about the way that you tell your story, and there's a certain point where you got to reach people's hearts, and that's where you really resonate with people, and you got to talk to people about not just the things the things that you do, but also the things that you experience, and that's where you really hit people, man. Is where you talk about these things that hit people in the heart, and you really got to resonate with people, and I would recommend anybody who hears about it, however it is that you might hear about this, or looking up these guys, Dan and Dwight, you gotta find these guys, reach out to them, man, because they're gonna change your life, and they're gonna teach you how to change the world. And my name is David Hall, and I can't say enough good things about these guys, man. It was amazing.
Okie dokie, you heard it from David. And by the way, David has taken the training, and he is a three-dimensional storyteller, and he was one of the first ones to kind of come through this phase of the training, and he's still moving forward and going on. He hasn't been participating much in the master class, and of course, those that you hear today are ones that are part of that master class on a consistent and regular basis. But he has a dynamic and powerful story. So, I mean, we went there that day. You heard the response that he gave right after hearing us, and he followed through. And that's what many times in life is all about. It's not about getting excited and stirred up. It's about what it's going to do, Celie. Okay, what am I going to do to follow through? And David, we want to commend him for that. All right. Okay. All right. So we're getting ready for our next speaker. And again, I'm beginning to sound like a broken record here, but I met her some time ago in the same experience that I was referring to with Paula. And one of the things about, again, when we have that, that then and now experience, she's another person that has really, demonstrated tremendous growth that is perceptible. And I bring it up a lot in different situations, but I'm just telling the truth, okay? And anybody that knows her story, or even was there when she first drove up at Solutions for Life, can attest to the fact of what an amazing job that God has done in her life, and we just thank God for that. And she was a facilitator for the experience that Paula was talking about. Her name is Antoinette Williams, and she was one of the facilitators that ran some of the classes that we have been doing for over the past 12 years or so, called Making Peace with Your Past. And she is truly been the message that she brings in terms of demonstrating the growth and the transformation in her life. And she has a tremendous testimony, and you're going to hear her story. And She didn't give us no sneak previews, Dan. So we gonna have to stay here and watch the movie, okay? But even though I knew what our previous speaker was gonna say, it still was very impactful and powerful. But we just thank God for Tony coming and being a part. So Tony, give us a little insight on what caused you to make a decision, because it wasn't like a knee-jerk decision. You went through some thought and some contemplation on it. Share with us what made you make the decision. Can't hear you.
You're muted.
Now?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna put my earphones on too, so just to make sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. What had me join is that I knew Dwight. I just like Paula, I've heard the 3D situation. I actually sent my who are you? I think a couple of times to Dwight, and I was like, nah, I ain't doing that. So, and then finally, life just changed, and I had to learn how to tell my story, because it's like in the conversation in the interview as to there's a lot in my story, and I just needed to learn how to filter things out and tell it in places and circumstances and situations to where it could benefit and edify whom I'm speaking to, and also minister and edify me in the process. So the reason why I joined was so I could get a hold of my story and just filter it out.
Wonderful, wonderful. Go ahead, Dave.
No, go ahead.
Oh, wonderful, Tony. And you did exactly that. You were submitted. Again, I was talking about a previous speaker being submitted to the process. And Tony, you were definitely that. Assignments. And I mean, she would go above and beyond the call of duty and would really be responsive to the coaching and to the training. And again, like everybody else, there were certain parts of it and certain places that were a little rougher than others. But at the end of the day, she stuck in there like the rest of you and got the blessing for doing that. But she has continued to, move forward in her speaking and in her communication skills. And it's just been a real joy and a pleasure to watch her transformation that has clearly taken place. And hopefully one day she'll, really articulate that transformation story and some of the how-tos, because people can benefit from, results leaves clues. And she definitely leaves clues from having put the work in, because if you don't put the work in, you don't get the paycheck at the end. So without further ado, we want to present to others and present to some and present to others none other than Sister Antoinette Williams.
Self-condemnation is the strongest stronghold known to man and woman. When I was young, my father would say, "Tony, one day you should become a lawyer." And I can recall in my adult years, my father saying, "You argue very well. You do it in a way that it doesn't matter which side of the case I'm arguing." I struggled for years being my defense lawyer, prosecutor, and judge at the same time. I stated my case constantly, trying to reason the charges, and yet I passed a judgment at the same time. And always, when I heard the verdict in my head, it was guilty as charged. The evidence that I used, the cross-examination I gave, was because what I presented was exactly how I saw myself. There was no reasonable doubt that I was guilty. I only saw myself from the pain which I endured from adolescence onto adulthood. I only saw the wounds that manifested in my youth from the molestation, started at the age of 7 from a distant family member, And growing up in my family of origin, where domestic violence was the love language that was required in order to be loved. And where when I tried to speak up to stop verbal and emotional abuse, it was argued as hearsay, and the abuser had a greater say in the matter of the case. The verbal, emotional abuse I received, I projected onto others in my adulthood. I desired and wanted to be loved by the only love language that I knew that was required, which was domestic violence. And I used my sexuality as a weapon against myself and to hurt others. And I view others' testimony of me, of who I was, as an objection, because my wounds from my youth outweighs the wounds that I gave in my adulthood. The evidence I presented, I stacked high. I knew self-condemnation was the only goal every time I argued the case in my head. So I guess you could say I won the case every time. We can manifest self-condemnation in many ways, from people-pleasing to perfectionism, procrastination, shame-based mentality, desiring a relationship that persecutes inner pain we use to condemn ourselves, or the all too familiar way, denial. Denying self-condemnation is when we perjure against our reality of how we see ourselves, how we view others, and how others view us. And we wear masks to hide and cover false evidence and false testimonies we believe to be true of who we are. The mask I chose to wear was my family, my religion, my womanhood, my outward appearance, and my communication, so that my true voice was never heard. And the biggest mask I wore was my relationship and love I had between me and God. All the masks that I chose to wear were to condemn myself and to know that the case that I always argued in my head, I will win at all times, no matter the cost. After 25 years of arguing this case in my head, how I saw myself and how others viewed me, in November 2007, I was tired. I was burnt out, and I was done arguing the same case over and over again. And I was ready to pass sentence on the case, which was ending my life and taking my children's life at the same time. But there was one witness that I never called to take the stand and fully speak and fully be heard. And I asked the question that I asked everyone, including myself, and that question was, God, how do you see me? God spoke on his behalf. And God spoke, when God spoke, he said, remove those masks and I will answer you. And I removed the mask of my family, my religion, my womanhood, and the outer appearance, and the manner in which I communicated. And after removing those masks, I had to give an accurate description of how I saw myself. And it wasn't a pretty sight to behold. In that process, because I did not perjure, I stated my facts, my truth, my realities, and my view of myself. And God, now being heard, cross-examined every piece of evidence I showed. And in the process, that false evidence appearing to be real was why I allowed self-condemnation to be the fear that grappled me all the years of my life. And in doing so, God objected and threw out the false evidence and the false testimonies. And I began the work of agreeing with the evidence and the testimony God gave of how he's seen me. Because of my past, I tried to punish God with the death of myself and my children. But in the process, to put myself to death, and the lies that I was taught was based on fear that grappled me all those years. I faced my past and allowed forgiveness for those wounds I carried that was inflicted on me in my youth. And in honesty, I accepted who I hurt as an adult from the wounds of my past. and not allowing fear to hold me with the guilt, I accepted God's forgiveness unfearfully. In this constant process that I do constantly, of layers and revelation of who I am, every day, every moment, every circumstance, every relationship, there is a question, some would say a mantra, that I ask constantly. God, show me how you see me. The stronghold of self-condemnation is no longer strong in my life. I won't say it's not there, because life is a process, a revelation, and even seeing the full picture of the creation in which I am is an ongoing process. But I am no longer in the courtroom of condemnation. I am out of the place of persecution, and I am fully in the life that I have. I am in full view of who I truly am, and I am fully in the process. Because every day there's a question I no longer argue with, but I accept the answer. And that question is, God, show me, how do you see me?
Okay, I've lost sound, so I'm not sure exactly where we're at. How do you feel about that, Antoinette?
How do I feel
I don't know
about?
if I'm going to react to your answer. I can't hear it right at the moment.
Can you hear me?
Did you lose sound?
Huh?
Did you lose sound?
No.
You have sound?
Hello? Can you guys hear me? Okay, good.
You walked away and cut off the sound.
Okay, great. All right. Okay.
We're back.
Were you saying something?
No, we're back. I said I had lost sound, but we got it back now.
Okay. Okay, Tony. Outstanding job.
Yeah.
Outstanding job. I could hear you in my earpiece, but I guess it did something. But Tony, the way you framed that, using the metaphor of, a courtroom and the whole idea. I was listening and said, man, and because you basically, you built the case for being found guilty, and then you did the other part. You got in the position of the one being charged, and you basically made some confessions, and the rest is history in terms of you basically coming to terms with it didn't really matter how others saw you. It didn't even really matter how you saw yourself at the end of the day. But you asked that question of God, is God, how do you see me?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is a powerful, and you being a minister as well, you really, you blended practicality with spirituality beautifully in your speech. And I'm telling you, I just got to keep saying it. You and the rest of the speakers have, you guys are just blowing our minds up in here,
mm-hmm.
Okay? And we know y'all had it, but you brought it in a very powerful and in a very compelling way. And you look good. You look like you're about to go out and make a $1 billion contract deal or something, and all that. And that's a good thing. So not only are you free, you're looking free too as well. So I just want you to know that I thoroughly enjoyed your speech, and I know that I was talking to Shantae, and he was like riveted in. So. Mm-hmm. We thank God for you and thank God for your contribution today.
I also like the metaphor. And in the beginning, I was thinking, maybe you need to fire your defense lawyer and get rid of the prosecutor, and it's a lousy judge. And then also the evidence was hearsay.
Yeah.
And then you brought it back around. Well, you explained to us the impact of listening to all of that. That was not the real issue. It wasn't the real courtroom. It wasn't the real evidence. It was you were reacting to something that wasn't real, but the reactions were real. And a lot of people go through that. They have real reactions to stuff that they don't have evidence is real or beliefs, and they continue that for their entire life. And up until when you said you considered, which was really hard to hear for me, ending my life and taking my children with me.
Yeah, deep. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And then I love the way you came out of it, because you took everybody into a really deep place, got us thinking about it, and then showed us the way out. I thought you did an excellent job with that. How do you feel about it?
I feel good about it. Like I said, this is my story, and I think what I've been doing with this process is telling it in different. I love metaphors. I love painting a picture. I am a metaphor to ministry, because Jesus, he spoke in parables and metaphors. And the power, and so I've told this story several times, but it's been all different. I painted a different picture, but it's all true. It's all true. And so I feel good about it. I've always, when I do go into this process, and I'll say this, and maybe you can encourage or just speak truth to where there is a place to where, and I think Dwight has spoke of, where our story isn't over with. So sometimes you have to question, am I really out of it? And you question the ending, because there really is not an ending. But with that, I know that because of just the calling that's on my life, that's part of the story, that there is not an ending, and that you keep going and you keep adding to it and you keep changing it, and you don't let it be stagnant, and you mold it and touch it as much as you can, and so you can get what you can out of it.
Yeah.
And you bring up a good point with the metaphors, because you can use the metaphors, one, to address different audiences, one that they will resonate with. But it also helps you to develop the story and get more in touch with it as you are moving it from metaphor to metaphor and your delivery, and you don't get bored with your own story. Sometimes people do, and they lose the energy and they just kind of recite it, and it doesn't have the impact that it had initially when they put it together.
Yeah. And clearly, I like the way you use the defining moment of that encounter with God and him communicating something to you that shifted and changed the focus and direction of your life, just being aware of how he saw you. And then you use powerfully the contrasting thing is to be in a position and a place of saying, this is it. I'm ready to get out of here, and I'm not only leaving, I'm taking somebody with me, and all of that. And here's what I love about it, for you to share. And by the way, you stuck with your metaphor for quite some time. And for a lot of people, that's a difficult thing. Oftentimes we'll start out with a metaphor and start mixing metaphors and confuse the audience. We were able to continuously track with you, with the legal mind. But then you went to that place of having that encounter with God. And here's what I want to say, and you didn't get into it a lot now, but when we talk about the love and the concern that you have, not only for your own life, because you have purpose now, but, we've been able to experience, those that know you, the love and the concern that you have for your children, okay? I mean, Mama Bear ain't got nothing on you, okay? Because Tony she's in love with her children, and she is the mother that she needs to be for them. And that's really a powerful thing. So I just want to commend you for being the message that you bring, and for you just being, again, so transparent, because just as all the speakers here, we know of other places they could have went with their story. But the place that you went today was the place that you felt compelled to go, and we love and appreciate what you did with that metaphor, but ultimately with the truth of understanding and know that at the end of the day, what does God say about me is really what counts.
As Dwight was talking, he reminded me of another aspect of your metaphor. It's a judgmental environment in which the rules say you are innocent until proven guilty, but people go into the courtroom to prove their innocence, which is the exact opposite.
Yeah.
And that metaphor really works with the judgment of people on the outside and your own internal judgment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
And
I wanted to use it as, if I could just minister or just help someone to know that we're not to judge ourselves. And that is the responsibility of God. And not only if I'm not to judge myself, I'm not to judge others. But I kept the responsibility. I think that my story is to know where your place is in life. And I believe in life there's characters, and we receive all different people in our lives, but you have to know where you fit in. And sometimes because of wounds and pains, we go to places that we should not go. Mm-hmm. And I that is part of, I know of my healing process, and I want to share with other people, to where we'll try to fix something that is not our responsibility to fix. Mm-hmm. And then we remain on the vicious cycle our entire lives, trying to fix something that was never our responsibility to fix. And so I just think what it does is it wastes the most precious commodity we have is our time. So that is one of my goals, basically, is to just know your position, know the number you stand on.
You know, and as you were talking, I thought of the flip side. Sometimes we are so ashamed of what we perceive our wounds, and we exaggerate what they look like, that we avoid going to places we should go to where we could find healing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. All right.
So talk a little bit about your transformation as you were working with us.
Well, my transformation, you guys, both of you guys know, when I come in like what? And, and that's just, from the story that I gave, that's the defense mechanism that I have. And my transformation was those layers. I know without a doubt healing is in layers. And the transformation of working with you and Dwight was the layers that came off of the vulnerability of just looking at my story. Because for years, I did not want to look at it. Because, I had to face the reality of the pain and the wounds. Here's the thing, not that I had to forgive, but the pains and wounds that I inflicted onto others. And that, I believe, is the most difficult process of healing, and is a process that many people bypass. Mm-hmm. And that is one of the calling that I have, that we go and we seek to heal our wounds, but we stop to go and deal with those wounds in which we inflicted because of our wounds. And so I believe that's the constant process that a story can bring out, and know that in healing, there is also repentance required too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. Because there's no innocent victims up in here when it comes to the bigger picture of things in terms of that. And that's what, we approach that sometimes, even in talking to, and you touch on something that is a real tender place to go, because oftentimes people are expressing their victimization in the process of crafting and telling their story. But then when you want to shift the conversation, say, okay, we got that, you went through this, that, or the other, but now what part can you own in all of this? Okay, in other words, it wasn't like, we haven't been perpetrators at some point in our life. And so we get that piece too. But it's a part of our story that is, not necessarily given much attention to, because it causes you to own something and to come to terms with something about ourselves that even if we've changed, that wasn't nice, and we did inflict some pain. And if we do have the opportunity to make amends, they say in recovery circles, we ought to do that to the degree that we're able to, and that kind of thing. So I think, again, we're getting into some, some deeper and some broad stuff, some spiritual stuff, some practical stuff. But at the end of the day, it's called life. And that's what our stories are about. The stories are about our lives. So thanks again. Tell us how we can either stay in communication with you or contact with you. I'm going to be talking in a minute about the books. You have a book we have on display here, If Walls Could Talk. I love that title.
That was a collaboration I had with 8 other women. And we talked about, I did a metaphor of the story I just gave, but it was about a home that I lived in. But you can communicate with me at TonyWilliams, the number 40 @ yahoo.com, or my Instagram, which is Tony Yvonne Thomas. DM me. I'm pretty good with filtering those DMs, so it's okay. Right now, my ministry is family, and also, and I believe in family comes first, and the byproducts come from there. And I am just seeking to do what God has for me and to help others to not get stuck, not get stuck, because we waste too much precious time being stuck.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you, Tony. We do appreciate your contribution to this great event today. And
thank you.
We just hope some people get in touch with you and get some real help. Okay. All right. Okay. Also, while we're at it, it was brought to my attention that some were asking about any books or resources that might be available. And I'm holding here my daughter's book, Liberate. And it's Michelle, give us a one-liner about what Liberate's all about. Not one-liner, but 2 lines.
Sure. Folks were actually asking about you and Dan's book that they wanted the links to. So please make sure you drop those links into the chat as well, because folks really want them. Liberate, pocket-sized paradigms for liberatory learning, is for educators who are really excited and eager to develop culturally responsive classrooms. So it's all about liberating your classroom structure, your curriculum, your conduct constructs, all kinds of ways for students to show up as their authentic selves and be free to just develop that unlimited potential. So I can drop that link in the chat. More importantly, I want your books to be dropped in the chat, Dan and Dwight. I'm super excited for our next speaker too.
Okay, we're excited about our next speaker too, and you have some contact information on all the speakers on the landing page for the event, and also our next speaker, Tony Kitchen, the Gift of Pain, which is a very powerful book, and I've read and listened to Tony's story, but he's of age and he'll be able to tell his own story here in just a minute or two. All right. And in my book, of course, you can get it at dwightpledger.com. And Dan, how can they get your book?
You can get mine you can email me right now at Dan the Speaker Man. It's kind of long, but it's easy to remember. danthespeakerman@gmail.com.
That's a catchy one there, brother. Dan the Speaker Man.
Actually, there's a little story behind that. I was starting to do one, and my oldest son said, I'll go do it. And he goes and brings it back to me, and he goes, your email has to tell them what you do. And I can't argue with that.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that bit of information, my brother. Okay. All right. So we are raring to go and getting ready for our next speaker, but I do believe we have a testimonial. All right, this is another three-dimensional storyteller about to hear. She's we helped her with a couple of events she had to do, and she's going to give her testimonial at this time. Dr. Loretta Cheeks.
Hi, my name is Dr. Loretta Cheeks. I want to first of all thank Dan Smith and Dwight Pledger for such a wonderful experience using their 3D speaking model. Dwight I met 10 years ago, and thank goodness he made such an imprint on my life that he exposed me to such a wonderful model to help me to improve my speaking capacity. They helped me to understand the importance of a speaking flow and also transitions and some amazing things like modulation and tips on when to say what, when, and speaking from the inside to the outside to make sure that we are able to make a heartfelt connection with our audience. So with that in mind, I want to say thank you once again for such a wonderful experience.
Creative. All right, Dr. Loretta.
Thank you, everyone. And just in case folks are joining us for the first time, we want to hear your comments, your questions, all of your energy. Keep that flowing in the chat because our speakers can hear it, and we do want to lift up your comments and your questions. So please engage in the chat. Over to you, Dan and Dwight.
All right. Okay. We're going to get down to our, our anchor. Every relay team has an anchor, okay? That's going to bring it on in, and we're no exception to that today. And I was introduced to Tony Kitchings through a mutual friend, someone that I've been known for quite a while in the speaking industry. And she shared with me, she said, Dwight, I think, this brother needs to talk to you and Dan, okay? And she speaks highly of us, and, we thank her for that and all of that. So got a chance to meet Tony, and then Dan got a chance to meet him. And let me just say this, that every time we had a consultation with him, and he didn't jump right in and say, hey, do that swan dive with a half twist into the chair. But he took a while for him to kind of get a feel for what we were all about, what we were doing. And he began to listen to the Les Brown motivation call every week, and we just began to develop and to grow and to build a relationship that had nothing to do with him necessarily deciding to get some coaching. But then when he thought he was ready, he contacted me and said, okay, and he's a planner, he's a clear thinker, and he said that, we would pick this time to start. And we did that. And it was really a joy and a blessing to work with him. And he like I said, he's a clear thinker. So we realized that. So we said, okay, we can't just go rushing up in there trying to get the information out of Tony, because he was holding his story close to the vest. Okay. And so some of the master class attendees know exactly what I'm talking about. But over time, again, he began to share his story, and what a powerful, what a compelling story. And you're going to be hearing a lot from him in the future in terms of the things that God has placed in his heart to do with his story and with his speaking. And so I guess I would just start where we started with everybody else. Tony, what made you finally decide to go ahead on and pull the trigger?
Well, first of all, thanks Dan and Dwight for having me and involving me in the program. The funny thing is, I was going through a change in life where I had a career in entrepreneurship. I was moving away from that. And I said, I learned a lot of lessons in life. Let me figure out how to share these things. So I went to Les Brown's website. He's one of the best storytellers on earth. Got on the phone, called, and said, hey, I want to talk to Les Brown. And he said, well, it kind of doesn't work that way. I said, yes, it does. I understand how it works. He said, okay, you got two options. We have a free call that you can get on every week, or you can work directly with Les for $80,000. I said, well, just give me the number to get on the free call and I'll do it. But the interesting thing is, like Paulo Coelho states in his book, The Alchemist, that when you want something bad enough, all the universe will conspire to help you. So I wanted to talk to Les, had a couple of opportunities on our weekly calls to hear him speak directly and to be in this program today, which was grandfathered by Les. So it's full circle for me.
Wonderful.
Wow.
Wonderful.
That's great. Wow, thank you for that. And what were you looking for when you were going to Les? What was it that you wanted?
I wanted to make sure that when I got an opportunity in this part of my life to share the experiences I've had and the lessons I've learned over time, I wanted to make sure it was a comprehensive, cohesive way that I delivered those messages. So I want to make sure that it was something that people would be able to gravitate toward, that it would resonate with people, and to make sure that it had a deeper impact than just one-on-one me talking to them. I wanted to have a conversation with people. And I'm so fortunate to be able to have been on those calls with you all, because you all have such a great chemistry, and it just made everything so easy. It was just a natural flow. And I just really appreciate that opportunity.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Well, just before I let you have the mic here, I just have to read this first paragraph on the back of your book, Gift of Pain. Okay, it got my attention, and the story potential is amazing too. And it simply says this, very humbly. He says, "How does an average boy from the South Side of Chicago, whose father only had a third grade education, grow a business from zero to more than 100 million before the age of 50? All right, I'll let that sit, let that sink in. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I introduce to some and present to others, none other than Mr. Tony Kitchens.
Thank you, Dwight. Everything you work for may be destroyed within the next 24 hours. Imagine turning on the TV and hearing those words from all the news stations. Well, I did. My wife's son and I moved from Chicago to Puerto Rico in 2013. I wanted my son to experience what I had during my childhood while visiting my mom's birthplace. There are more than 365 beaches to enjoy on the island, and every restaurant we visited served homemade piña coladas. The weather was amazing. The people were extremely friendly and caring, and the lifestyle was simple and laid back. We spent many days staring at the ocean with family and friends from our patio. Even when it rained, the ground was dry. 15 minutes later, and rainbows would appear. We were living in paradise. Life was good until it wasn't. On September 19th, 2017, news reports confirmed that a Category 5 hurricane named Maria would make landfall on the southeast corner of our island the next day. That's exactly where our house was. Later that day, while I was standing alone in our backyard, I heard the tsunami sirens blaring loudly. It was devastating. I didn't know what to do. I actually felt very helpless. It was because of me that we were there in Puerto Rico. It was my decision to move there. And with that being said, I was responsible for my family. We stood there, waited for the storm to come in, and it came in like buckets of water dripping from the sky. Water rained, winds blew, everything was very devastating. We prepared the house as much as we could. We had storm shutters, generator. None of that mattered. Hurricane Maria beat us so bad. On top of that, there was a fire in the house. I looked around, tried to figure out which room the fire was in. It was upstairs in the master bedroom on the roof. Thank God that the rain distinguished the water. We were in a storm within a storm. Has that ever happened to you when something was already so bad and then something else happens at the same time? We got beat by Hurricane Maria for more than 12 hours. Water poured in through the master bedroom and trickled downstairs to the first floor like a waterfall. There was water everywhere. It was just a complete mess. When I got the courage the next day to go outside to see and witness the damage that was done, I went outside and looked around. Everything that we owned was nearly destroyed. Patio furniture. The storm shutters were ripped off of the house. 700-pound storm shutters were gone. There was nothing that we could do. Everything that we built over 20 years of saving and hard work was nearly destroyed. I remember my wife came outside, and all we were able to do is just stand there. We looked at the debris, we bent over, we reached down, we picked it up, and we did that 1,000,000 times. The difference was, instead of adoring the problem, we chose to admire the possibilities of tomorrow. So we kept moving. We had survived a storm that 4,000 other people had not, including our dear friend Rudy. After a couple of weeks, we were able to talk to friends and neighbors, and we heard their stories. And by listening to their stories, our pain quickly went away. They had it much worse than we did. Their circumstances were far worse than ours. Our grief turned into gratitude that we were still alive. Everything we knew was in question at that particular point. But we had no choice but to continue to move forward. Going through a storm is one of those things where you don't want to go through a storm. You don't want the challenges. You don't want the difficulties in life. But the interesting thing is you grow. We eventually rebuilt. It took us a year. We were without power, electricity, and water for months. Months and months and months. But the interesting thing is, from my perspective, the change that was made was inside of me. Because as a man, as a proud man, it's very difficult to ask for help, especially when you've been handing out help your whole life, giving other people assistance. It wasn't until we understood and asked other people what they needed that we were able to help them. With our own voice, by asking people for help, they were able to provide the things that we needed. I learned to be secure with my vulnerability. This is no different than any other challenge that I've faced in life. When it's there, it's right there in front of you. And how do you deal with it? As I look back, I recall the way that I got through almost every challenge that I faced in life it came after I spoke to people. It came after I talked to people who had been through similar situations. They gave me perspective. There was a comfort level there that I was able to rest in, to get my thoughts together, to figure out what the next step should be, to understand that things happen just like they happen to friends and family members, and you have no control over it whatsoever, but you don't personalize it. That's the thing that happened to me after the storm. That's the power of the storm. So if it wasn't for the hurricane and all that devastation, would I really have been changed? I still haven't answered that question yet. It's an ongoing story. It's an evolving story in my life. The reason I share the story about the hurricane is not to relive that time, but to look back and to remember what I overcame. to bring those lessons forward so that I can apply them to current situations and future challenges that I may have one day. It's because you and I share our stories that we are able to actually heal ourselves and at the same time help other people. Let the past be the past. Remember, when storms come, they're not here to stay. There's going to be an after day. There's going to be 2 weeks after that. The interesting thing is, do not build a guest house for your pain. Let it go. Maya Angelou always said that an untold story is one of the greatest pieces of agony that a person could have, when a story dies inside of you and it's not told. We have a responsibility to not allow that to happen to ourselves. We also have a responsibility to help other people. And the way we help other people is to give them perspective by sharing what we deal with every day. Because when we share what we deal with, it allows other people to get the help that they need. Instead of suffering in silence, we give them a lifeline so that they understand that it's not just you, it's not something that you did, or it's not just that life is bad. You're just one person that's going through something that 1 million people have gone through already, and that 1 million more will go through tomorrow. The difference is you have a choice. You have to make a decision. Do you hold what you've learned, those hard-won lessons? Do you take those lessons and bury them? Do you take those lessons and share them with people to minimize their path to recovery? That's the responsibility that we have. So the pain will come. It's all good. I look back on Maria. To me, it was nothing more than a little bit of rain and a lot of wind. So how about you and your story? The most powerful thing you can leave, your legacy can be to take every single lesson that you've learned and use your voice and share that with somebody else. But share it in a way that helps, not hurts. That's what you and I can do. So the power of 3D speaking is for us to take what's inside of us and be able to communicate in a more effective way so that we can help others. Listen to the stories that all the beautiful ladies shared today, things that I would not ever want to experience. But as you can see, they can smile and they can laugh again, which I'm sure is very difficult to do. So the pain doesn't go away. It's just what we do with it that really matters in the long term. That's what 3D speaking is about. That's what Dan and Dwight are building, which is something that's bigger than them. It's something that's bigger than us. It's how do we move things forward? How do we bring out the emotions in our stories so that it touches people's hearts? So that when we leave the stage, when we leave from in front of people, they feel us down the road, not just remember what we look like, but they feel, their heart longs to hear more of it. And each of us can do that, whether you want to be on stage or not, whether you just want to be a better friend or a better spouse. The reality is it's in your voice is one of the most powerful tools you have. So with this particular program, the reason that it excited me so much was because Dan and Dwight were able to communicate what they were going through in life. And in recent times, the things that Dwight was going through, and we had conversations. And it's very interesting that Dan and Dwight, in everything that they've been through in life, in our age differences, it's the same thing. The same thing that Dwight is dealing with, the same thing that Dan dealt with in life. We were able to share a bond because they were able to share their voice. So that's what I leave you with today. The power of telling your story is never about you. It's about the person you communicate with. And when you have that communication and you have that conversation and that bond with people, you change their lives. You may not know today. It may be 2 years. It may be 2 months from now. But you'll know that it mattered. And that's what we have to do. That's our responsibility. So with that, I would say, go live your life. Leave the past in the past. travel the world, meet new people, new experiences that you've never done before, because you deserve it. We get one life. That's it. That's all we have is one life. And if you can find a way to move forward, everybody benefits. Everybody. Thank you all for your time. I hope today was a really good experience for everyone that joined. And all I can say is Dan and Dwight, they're doing a very, very powerful thing. Back to you.
Wonderful. Good stuff,
Wow.
Tony. My goodness.
Wow, Tony.
Okay.
The check's in the mail. I don't know if it'll cash, but it'll be in the mail.
The chairman
Wow.
of the board has spoken. Okay. Check this out. You talk about, Tony, not the only one at the net with metaphors. The metaphor I have is us working and getting all of what we've gotten up to this point, and just finding someplace, a day spa, and we're just all getting a good old massage on the way out.
Yeah.
You rocked it, my brother.
Thank you.
You definitely rocked it. And I'm gonna tell you the quote of the day, and you could hear pens scratching and writing all over the place. Dan, I'm looking for something, Dan looking for something. And I love it. Do not build a guest house for your pain.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that will preach all day long. And I think that's part of your strategic message today, is to just in a very logical and a practical but powerful way to be able to share a story and say basically, and here's how I saw part of it, is that, okay, everybody's have their story, they've been through this, that, and the other. And the story you chose was one where you had to deal with the vicissitudes of a storm. And then there we go with metaphors again. And being able to come out on the other side and basically minimize the storm to a little rain and some wind, okay? Nothing but just blowing wind. But because at the end of the day, you survive the storm, and on the other side of it, the sun shines again, and you just keep it moving with your life. Very, very powerful. And I love your underlying theme there, that at the end of the day, that if we have a gift, it implies that there is a gift giver, so we can't be proud about anything. So at the end of the day, what are we going to do with the gift? And the purpose for being given that gift, and I love what you said, is to help others.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, it's like, who's really getting blessed by whatever gift God has placed down on the inside of you. And you talked about, you feel us down the road. You quoted Maya Angelou, and I mean, you just had just a soliloquy of very powerful images, but very practical, sound advice for anybody that's dealing with it. And I mean, you just had us over here skinning and grinning, and so happy to hear. And I teased them when you started talking about going down that pathway. They thought they was gonna hear the big story, okay, about the little blurb on the back of the book. But I'm waiting on that one too, okay. We waiting on that one, okay. Well, how did he do it? Like Richard Pryor used to say. Anyway,
your style was very interesting. A lot of people build to what is the key thing, the hook that's going to get people. You started with it. Everything you work for might be destroyed in the next 24 hours. Whoa, I'm awake now.
Right.
I mean, and you used your metaphor. And what was interesting in the way you designed your speech is you didn't directly tell us what to remember. You invited us to catch it. Mm-hmm. And we caught a lot of things, including some stuff you didn't say. Mm-hmm. One of the things that I caught from you that you didn't say, you must move from isolation to find inspiration. Mm-hmm. You didn't say those words, but those words came to me but out of what you said. And it really related to me, because there have been times when I didn't feel good about myself and I isolated and I didn't get any better. It wasn't until I got out there and shared. And the other thing you said was the change that was made inside of me.
Yeah.
And that's another hook. That's another catcher. That's another, something that people walk away with and they can't stop thinking about. And that's what speaking is all about, because there's the one thing that we work for that cannot be destroyed in the next 24 hours, our legacy.
Yeah. Right.
And we're all going to leave a legacy. The only question is what kind. Some people leave a very negative one. Some people leave a very positive one. And that's a choice that we have to make, because after all said and done, every single dwelling on earth will someday be dust. And so will we. And people will forget about those dwellings, those buildings, even stone, like rock formations collapse and fall down and they no longer exist. Used to be. But they'll remember the lessons that we give them. And that's what I got from what you said, is to put yourself out there because somebody needs to hear you.
Yeah, I like that, Dan. And I often ask you about it, and I'll go ahead and put you on the spot one more time. Give us some background on coming up with the title, "The Gift of Pain," for your book.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I remember walking outside one day at the back of the house, and my wife was standing there, and it was just a difficult time in life for me, and then they were witnesses to that. And I was walking down the stairs, going to my office, and there's nothing that motivates you more than tough times. And I said, "Oh, the gift of pain. It gets you up early. It keeps you up late at night. It keeps you focused. It gives you all the motivation you need to do what you need to do." So it's a gift. The pain, the event is not the gift. What you become in recovering from that is where the gift lies. And it can come a year from now. It can come 10 years from now. But that's really what it is. And my wife said, "If you don't use it, I'm going to use it." So I hurried up and wrote it down and kept it for myself. That's where it came from.
I know that's right. I love it. So I got you. Now, that's another, because I hadn't heard you share it and frame it like that before, but I get it. In terms of the correct response to pain is basically the gift of pain, because we can respond other ways to pain as well, whining and complaining and wallowing in it, but to see your response, encouraging us of what the correct response should be. So I'm telling you, I want to just add one more thing about the tone of your speech was very easy listening on the ear. Okay, I mean, and you still had, even though you still had modulation, and your modulation was, in terms of volume and in terms of, the cadence and the languaging and the way you framed your words. So you're clearly a very, very polished speaker. And sometimes we joke around, like when we get stressed out, I say, sometimes I'm ready to, raise the window, stand out on the ledge and do a swan dive with a half twist. And so I was thinking while you were talking, the next time I get on the ledge, call Tony. He can talk me out of it. He can talk me back in the room and make me put the window down again. Okay. Yeah. So outstanding job. Is there anything else you want to share with us, with the audience, about how to contact you, or something that you might want us to know?
I just believe that, again, when you're a young person, you're on this journey to learn. You're in school, you're learning as much about yourself as possible. You're trying to figure out who you are. And then there comes a point in life where now you want to teach. Now you want to take what you've learned and share that with other people. And that's just kind of where I am in life. I think that this program is great. And I'll have to say I'm guilty of it, because when we started out our 7-week calls, we were on the phone for 3 hours, and I'm in Georgia. So that means I would get off at 11 o'clock at night, and my wife would be like, who are you talking to? It's the State Farm insurance guy, right? But that's just the conversations that we had. And, the program is way more than learning about how to deliver a speech. It's really about how to connect, especially as men. We hold everything so close to us, so tight. But you all had a very safe place to have conversations. And so I can't speak enough about the program. It was just a very, very good place at that time in my life. And that's what I needed. And I still need it. And I told you all that. And I said, we have to find a way to work together. Call me up. Let's figure it out.
Yes.
Because you don't want the process to stop. It really is therapy. It's not just therapeutic. It really is therapy in a very positive way.
Yeah.
So I would leave it at that. It's such a great experience. And then meeting all the ladies, they're just wonderful people. And I look forward to the calls. We're going to be going out of town soon. I said, hey, I got a call that Friday night. We should not be on the road at that time, because I need to be on the call. My wife and son just laughed and like, okay, Dad, whatever you say. That's how important this is to me.
And all the ladies said, amen. Okay. All right. Excellent. Outstanding. Okay, Tony, how can people contact you and stay in touch?
One source, you can go straight to my website. It's TonyRKitchens.com. That's kitchens with the S, just like you eat in. TonyRKitchens.com.
Got it. Okay, that's the best way. Okay, got it. And they have it. She has it posted on there, and it's also on the landing page. And we're going to, rerun some parts of this event, over and over and over, over and over again. All right. Okay. So. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we have everybody. We're going to take about 15 minutes or so, and we're going to kind of have a little mini master class here. And we're going to remember one of the things I shared earlier that the program involves is the 7-week intensive. Mm-hmm. And all of the speakers have really articulated their opinion of that. And we thank you for all of the things, that you said are complimentary. And again, it's our honor and our joy to serve you in the development of your stories. And then following that 7 weeks is a 12-month master class, and it's a once-a-month meeting on a Zoom platform like this, and we do deal with different aspects of moving forward, as Tony said, staying connected and moving forward with some aspects of our speaking career and what we do. So we're going to wrap it up, and I just want you guys to know that even up to this point, you have been phenomenal. I mean, I am just overjoyed, and we need to give a big round of applause to, and I'll say it again, but I will say it in case I forget later, is with Kimberly Flowers of Remote Producer Live. Come on, y'all, give it up for her. All right. Yes, absolutely. Outstanding person to work with, very knowledgeable, very intelligent, and she's responsible largely for the look that we have up to this very point, this point. And so I'm excited and happy for the relationship that I'm believing we're going to take it to another level and continue to stay in touch and do some bigger and better things going down the line. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and have a master class. So we would get together on Zoom, and we would sometimes have a topic, or sometimes the topic would just evolve organically as we're talking, and we'll then begin to go in a certain direction. Or we might have a guest that comes in and will speak to us. We had Les Brown come on once, and we have Mary McKay. She came in and shared. So we kind of try to determine what it is we can do from month to month to keep the encouragement going and the motivation factor going for the speakers that we have worked with. And so one of the things is sometimes we get in a topical discussion like we're going to do now. And the top of the discussion is we're going to talk about the power of a defining moment, the value of a defining moment, okay? And we're not going to limit you to any way you want to frame it or discuss or have input. So when we talk about...
Yeah, I was going to say maybe the easiest way, since we have limited time, is I'll do a 1 minute on a defining moment in my life, and then I will talk about what it meant, and the group will share. And I'll do it to the best of my ability, sitting in a chair, having done all this in 3D. When I was a kid, the thing I loved most was running. I ran everywhere. Everywhere I went, I ran. My friends would say, "Why do you run so much?" It just gave me energy. But there was one place that I always stopped. Because when I ran down the railroad tracks, came down the hill, I stopped at the corner, diagonal from my house. Where is he? What's he doing tonight? Is he awake? Is it safe? Can I go in? I had to listen to every single thing. I had to hear it all. And the worst thing was to hear nothing, because I couldn't predict anything that way. But this particular night, it was coming from upstairs, and it was my brother's turn. So I said, this is my point. I can go. And just like a starter pistol went off, I started to run for the house to get through the front door, across the living room, past the stairs, down into the basement where my room was. I took off running, and as I hurdled the fence, I saw a red glow in the driveway next door. It was Chet smoking a cigarette, my neighbor. "Hey, Dan, Dad's really doing it tonight. What's going on?" "I don't know, Chet. I got to go." "Now it's your brother's turn today. What did he do?" "Chet, I don't know. I just got here. I got to get inside." So I burst through the front door, and the wind caught the door, and a second moment of hesitation, I pulled the door shut. I went across the living room, and I heard steps coming down the stairs behind the wall. He got to the bottom of the stairs, and bam! Punched me right in my nose. My head snapped back. Tears went up to my eyelids and stopped. My nose felt like it spread out across my face. Then suddenly, I just started to turn my head down until I locked eyes with him. And I said, first of all, I didn't do anything to deserve that. Secondly, for you to look me in the eye, you have to look up. Then I slowly moved around him and started to walk away. As I did, I took about 3 steps and looked back. And there he was, staring at the space I once occupied. I went around through the kitchen, down into the basement, and I sat on the bed, rocking back and forth from the unused adrenaline. I kept wondering, what just happened? What's going to happen next? I didn't know. The only thing I knew was things were going to be different. Well, that's a very short story. And at the moment, I didn't recognize that it was a defining moment. And maybe I did, because I said things were going to be different. And they were. And what I was feeling at that time is, as I do this in 3D, I realized that what surprised me about my feeling when my head snapped back, when I was about to start crying, calmness. Out of nowhere, calmness. And something that drove me and gave me the courage to say, this is your moment. This is the moment to state who you are and who you're not willing to be anymore. And then when I walked away and I looked back and I saw him just standing there, it was empathy. I felt bad for him. I actually, for a brief second, thought about going back to him. And then I thought, nope, you got to protect yourself. And when I got downstairs, I knew things were going to be different because I was going to be different. And that's what a defining moment is. And it took me years. It took me years to really feel and accomplish what started in that defining moment. But it was that moment that changed the relationship with my father and myself. And to be honest, he used, and what it was the first time he really used his fist with all his might. I could take the belt. I could take the switch. I could take a board, whatever. But the fist, that was like going above and beyond. And for the longest time, my dad and I, after that, we didn't even talk. It took a long time to get back to talking. But it was important for me to honor that moment, where I was at and where it transitioned me to. So that's what a defining moment is.
Wow.
Any comments on
That
this?
was powerful. Very powerful. Any responses to what we just heard? Tamara, did you get the answer to your question?
You're muted again. You unmuted and muted. Single click, not double.
There we go. Okay, remind me of the question. Am I good? Okay. Okay, good. Dan, remind me of the question that I asked you about that.
You asked me in the moment how I felt. And I didn't know in the moment. That's how some defining moments are. They just shatter the existing feeling, but the replacement feeling doesn't always immediately come.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like when I hear that, I can see it, and it sounds like time slowed down in that moment. Like you just, right, your head went back and your head came forward, and in that small motion, so much was transformed, and you knew something had changed. You weren't quite sure what had changed, but something had changed, and it was never going to be the same again. And that really resonates with me, because I think about that moment when I had the conversation with my ex about I don't like the way you talk to me, and he doesn't like the way I talk to him, and he said he's not going to live like this anymore. And I said, and we don't have to. There was a clarity. There was something was lifted off of me in that moment. Like I said, I had separated and come back twice before, but there was something in that moment that told me something had changed. I saw a door. I realized I could walk through it, that there was nothing that would prevent me from walking through it. And from that moment to this day, I've never looked back. It was a forward motion. Didn't mean I didn't go through different emotions around it, but it was never a turning back. It was forward motion. Something had changed. So I just appreciate that moment. I recognize.
Yeah.
I think the defining moment, and when I heard Dan was, and sometimes I hear this in these moments that happen, it's bet. And that's like, okay, cool, bet, it's on. And everything before that changes. And you become, you take it for so much. And that's why I think it's called a defining moment, because it has to give a definition of who you are. It has to define something. And so it's that buildup and all these things of who you are is added to it. And then there's a moment you say, bet. And you either accept it or you don't accept it. But either way, you make a decision in that moment. And I think even as a child, Dan, you made a decision probably with tasting the metal from blood, because blood tastes like metal, and just that moment of just all that you made a decision of, that's it, and to make that decision, a defining moment is when you make a decision on everything that's been defining you and telling you who you are or what the situation up into that moment. And it brings to light what, I the only thing I can say, it brings an understanding as to what all this led up to.
I think defining moments are great opportunities for us to see where we want to go from there. As you were talking, Dan, it made me think of a defining moment as well, when I was making a decision to, you guys know we keep it real, if I was going to jump on this person or I was going to keep walking out the door. And I remember my feet being like concrete, and me saying at that moment, I'm not going to even look back, because if I look back, this is about to be all bad. and I kept going. And that was a changing moment in my life to know that I don't have to let things get to me to the point where I have to go back and jump on somebody. I could just let it go and walk away. And so I think that those defining moments are life changing, and we need to hold on to them when we get them, because they're opportunities. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't make that choice and you make the wrong choice, you're just going back to where you've been. So you're not growing from that. So I think that anytime we run into a defining moment, take hold to it, learn the lesson that's in it, and move forward.
And I think that there's something else in it as a speaker. It's important for us to include defining moments and show our vulnerability and everything that was there, to give the listener permission to explore their own defining moments and decide how they want to be defined after the moment.
Yeah. So, one of the things we want to do, though, is as we're thinking about this whole defining moment thing and using it as a teaching moment, when we're listening to, for example, Dan's story, we were able to see the 3 places we talk about in defining moments. A clear description of before the moment, because we're talking about using them in stories, not just the value there when we learn insights and stuff. And then, his was real clear, that punch in the nose, bam. I mean, that could be a metaphor for some of our defining moments where we just got shocked into something that shifted us into another mindset. And then, of course, Dan, as he looks back on, he perceives that something changed in that moment that listen to this, that never caused you to go back to that place, like you had that impulse to go back to your dad, okay? But when that defining moment, the value of that defining moment is that it allowed you to keep moving forward and never revert back to that other behavior. And the way I've been listening to someone like Paul and sometimes Tony would share stuff about stuff. I'm glad I met him after their defining moment. Good boy, I'd rather negotiate, but they don't sound like they, at one point, they didn't do no negotiating. They were like, you getting it, buddy, bam. Anyway, so any more thoughts on defining moments?
Yes, I'd like to share the themes that I hear from all of the speakers is that defining moment is where you're kind of at a crossroads where you have to make a decision. And one thing that came to my mind is, in the book of life where God tells us, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. And then he tells us to choose life. So in that defining moment, like God is always reaching out to us in love and wants this abundant life for us. And he sees what we're going through, but he offers us his hand. He offers a choice to go in a different direction. And even with that, he said to Joshua, I command you to be courageous. I command you to be fearless. So in making that decision to go in that direction, to choose life, there may be challenges. You have to face the pain. You have to change your perspective. But on the other side of that, I've heard it said the only way out is through. On the other side of that is the peace, is the abundant life, that is waiting for us. And so a defining moment is ultimately something that happens to you and something clicks and you realize you have to make a choice. I can either go in this direction and have life or stay where I've been, where it's comfortable, and continue to live in the pain.
And then, there's another aspect. Dwight talked about I didn't go back, but when I did look at him and I did feel empathy, this is the realization I got. My dad didn't hit me. His demons did.
Wow.
And it gave me a whole nother level of understanding of my father. I didn't know what to do with it at the time. And it didn't really manifest itself in the, publicly between us until 2 months before he died. But we had that moment. And I think that moment started back there when I had that realization of, he's just another human being with wounds that were inflicted upon him that cause him pain and cause him to lash out. And if I understand that, then I know when, there's going to be a moment, there's going to be a time when I can approach him.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be tough. It'd be tough for me I would. It'd be tough for me to let somebody off the hook and just say that wasn't you that hit me. We know that, I mean, it was his fist, obviously, and stuff. But one of the things that we used to do our making peace with your past classes, and I kept hearing over and over people say stuff that, well, my parents did the best they could. And I used to kind of like cringe on that, because the truth is maybe they did and maybe they didn't do the best they could. Okay? Why am I saying that? I'm using myself as an example. When I abandoned my family for 5.5 years, I would not even allow anybody to say after I got delivered that, oh, Dwight, he abandoned his family, but you know what? He did the best he could. No, I didn't. I did the best that I thought was right, was good for Dwight and not for my family. And I own that, and I'm not proud of that. So, I mean, but I'm saying your point still remains the same. But I'm saying that, we sometimes, so what do we do then? We don't confront people. Like you confronted your dad right here on the spot, pretty much said, you're not going to do that anymore. But we let people off the hook when we just give this default of they did, my mom did the best she could. Mm-hmm. I love my mom, but I got clarity. There were times that some decisions were made that weren't in Dwight's best interest. Okay, and I get the part of that she was had dysfunctional and had some stuff going on in her life and stuff like that. So I'm probably, not necessarily going to, come to no big conclusion here, but that was just kind of like a soapbox thing that just kind of bothered me, because I know in my case with me, I did not do the best that I could for my children at the time. Now, when I came home and I was in my right mind, I did the best I could to the degree that I could, do what I needed to do for them. Yes. Okay. All right. She wants to go to the audience.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap this up and let the audience share their thoughts. We're getting toward the end of our. We just wanted to show you how the masterclass works. It's kind of a free flow. Everybody just puts in stuff, and we teach each other. And we pull each other in a little different direction, and we're not stuck where we were before we had these classes and these conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. Did everybody get the chance to share, though? Tony, you got any input before we go to the audience?
Which Tony?
Tony. Not Antoinette, Tony.
Kitchen.
Yeah, the thing that I would say is a little bit of a different path is what I've learned is in life, you go through life and you try to build some security around your family, try to build security around your finances, you try to build security, and there comes a point where you may realize that there is nothing you can physically do to protect your family. There's nothing you can physically do to protect your assets. And when you get to that point, I think our apprentice alluded to this, there is a freedom that comes with releasing that level of control that you believe you have. Mm-hmm. Once you get to that point, that becomes a defining moment as well, where you say, you know what? Okay, if the house blows away in the hurricane and the tornado, great. You lose loved ones. It's horrible, but one day you'll get past that. And when you realize that you can't prevent people from passing, you can't prevent houses from getting destroyed, you can't prevent people from running into your car, you start to enjoy life a little bit more, because now you're not working toward building protections and fences around yourself and things and your emotions, and you're able to just wake up and enjoy life and take things as they come, and realize that you know what they say about fear. It's not, life doesn't always give you what your mind tells you that's going to happen later in life or in that moment. So you don't have to be fearful of things, especially when they come. When we looked at losing our home and the damage that was done in the hurricane, to be honest with you, I was cool with it after a while. It was great, no problem, right? And when you're able to get to that point, it's a very, very freeing moment. And so that's another point of transition that I've experienced in my life.
Yes.
Wonderful, Maria. Good way to synthesize it in kind of nutshell. I want to take your class. Where do you wear your you guys can put your shingle out, okay? Yes. All right. So for those in the audience, first of all, we want to let's give our audience a big round of applause, y'all. Okay. Okay. We want to thank them for their participation, and some of them hung in there and kind of come and go, and we get that. So maybe they can catch it the next time around or something. But it's been a real blessing to have them with us. Any questions? Can we field any questions from the audience? A lot of love. Okay, well, we'll take the love, all right?
Can always use that.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Yes, all right. Yeah, I see. So one of the things that you'll notice, we had a ticker tape going for pretty much the duration of the conference, the workshop today. And in terms of what what we would like for the audience to do is to, based upon some of the things you saw and heard today, if in fact you want to make a decision for possibly getting some coaching, as we said, it's just not a done deal. We're not asking you to send a check anywhere, but we would be interested in speaking with you about your coaching plans and where you're going to take your speaking business from here. So we have the text the word speaker to 55469. That means where you put a phone number, you would put 55469, and then you would put the word speaker in the text portion and just hit send, and you will get a reply back on what you can do if you would like to have a consultation call with us. Okay, it's real simple, very simple.
And I'd like to encourage you, there comes a point in every person's life when your voice can no longer be used. I want to really encourage you to use your voice before that time comes, because we don't know when it's coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Yep. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, go ahead.
Any final thoughts by anyone?
I wanted to say, we were talking about defining moments, and and I want to encourage the audience too, that defining moments are beautiful too. It's not just defining moments is birthing a child. Defining moments is finding the love of your life. Defining moments is figuring out your career. It's not just gloom. I think I have more in my life, more beautiful defining moments than dark defining moments. So if you could tell that story, and we all want to hear those stories of defining moments that are just beautiful and they just bring glorious changes into your life.
That's good. Beautiful.
And I would say, remember that this kind of coaching has tremendous value, whether you have any notion of getting on a stage. If you're wanting to write your book, or maybe you work for a nonprofit and you're always having to present and share stories and you're uncomfortable doing so. So there's value in knowing your story and improving whether you ever intend to speak publicly. So I would just encourage everyone to do that. And Dwight and Dan, I was the only one that didn't get to say how to contact me. So I will quickly say, go to www.Daughters Lives Matter. You can contact me through the contact page there, and also reach out to me on Facebook. I'd love to hear from you. Tamara Williams. Thank you. Okay.
I want to pick up on what Tamara said, because there's one person in this world who cannot not listen to you. That's yourself. So if you're playing the same old story over and over and over again in your mind, you're not going to change. So work on your story, if for no one else, for yourself.
Absolutely. All right. Prentice. Okay.
All right.
You were going to say something, our apprentice?
Well, no, I was just gonna give you guys another plug. Work with Dan and Dwight. They're awesome. There are a lot of programs. There's a lot of speaking programs out there.
Well,
But definitely, they are worth the investment in yourself.
all right. Okay. Well, with that, we're going to wrap this thing up. And again, I want to thank all the speakers for their profound and powerful messages that you brought, and all the encouraging words, and also my daughter Michelle in her absence, and brother Dan. It's been fun, but we got to run up in here. And also, again, want to thank Kimberly Flowers with Remote Producer Live. And I'm sure she's got her brand all over some of the stuff that's been shown today. But I want you to know she went above and beyond the call of duty. And I mean, the investment that we made in being able to produce this, I have absolutely no regrets at all. And as a matter of fact, we're looking forward to planning the next time we can do something similar to this, or take it to another level. We're just going to explore the possibilities. So Kimberly, thank you so much. I know you can hear me, but they can't hear you. Anyway, all right. Okay, so it's a wrap, everybody.
All right, great job, everyone.
All
Great
right,
job.
thank you, everybody. Good
Thank
job.
you. Thank
All
you.
right, excellent. All right.
Thank you, everybody.
It's a wrap.